And from DuckDuckGo, who believes AI should be optional and who've been building privacy tools for 15 years. They now offer Duck.ai, where users can chat privately with AI. Duck.ai. And from Workday, an enterprise AI platform for HR, finance, and IT, dedicated to providing precision and the ability to not just help get work done, but get it done right. It's a new Workday. This is NPR.
Local issues, national headlines, and your perspectives. Join us for Boston Public Radio with Jim Braude and Marjorie Egan. Coming up next on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Maine Maritime Museum, offering oyster-tasting cruises throughout the summer. Visitors can learn about aquaculture from Maine's oyster farmers and experience freshly shucked oysters. MaineMaritimeMuseum.org. From Cold War space races to modern lunar missions by multiple nations, follow humanity's journey to the stars. Catch the new series Once Upon a Time in Space, tomorrow at 9 on GBH2.
The World Cup's energy is everywhere. The game is global, but this experience is local. GBH News is following how the world's biggest tournament plays out right in front of us.
I'm not going to have space enough for everybody. That's I tell you.
We've never had a World Cup in our lifetime, so it's good to be here in America. They just do it big, do it big.
Get all the latest at gbhnews.org/World Cup.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Sue O'Connell in for Jim Braude. Ahead on BPR on GBH and NEPM, Senator Lindsey Graham died unexpectedly over the weekend as missing Senator Mitch McConnell posts a photo proving he's still alive. What do members of Congress owe us all about their health? Then it's Boston Globe business columnist Shirley Leung on Jaylen Brown's nonprofit legacy in Boston and former Education Secretary Paul Reville.
I'm Jamie Bologna in for Marjorie Egan. In the second hour, it's Boston Medical Center's Dr. Katherine Gergen Barnett on how to avoid that nasty parasite linked to fresh produce. And then we'll pop the cork on some Oregon Chardonnay with Bonde sommelier Bertil Jean-Chronberg. And we'll end the show with you. Fewer of us than ever are reading, summer or otherwise. Do you love just setting down the tech and cracking open a great book? And what's lost when no one reads anymore? Call or text next on BPR.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Kristen Wright. President Trump posted online this morning that the U.S. is reinstating a blockade on Iran in the Strait of Hormuz and will charge a 20% reimbursement or toll on all cargo shipped. The president says this is to compensate the U.S. for providing safety and security. NPR's Hadil Al-Shalchi reports on the latest wave of strikes.
U.S. Central Command released a statement saying, quote, "The Strait of Hormuz is a vital maritime corridor for global trade. Iran does not control it." The U.S. said it struck dozens of Iranian targets with precision munitions, claiming it degraded Iran's ability to continue attacking international shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran did not respond to that claim, but said that one person was killed in the U.S. strikes over the weekend, bringing the total number of deaths to 17 since these recent strikes began, according to Iranian officials. Iran also said it targeted U.S. bases in Bahrain, Jordan, and Kuwait. The status of the ceasefire negotiations is unknown right now, with President Trump calling the ceasefire over, but not ruling out further talks with Iran. Hadil Al-Shalchi, NPR News, Istanbul.
The World Cup has led to the strongest consumer spending in June over the last 4 years in the U.S., according to credit and debit card spending data from Bank of America. NPR's Stephen Bisaha says online sales also contributed.
Consumer spending rose 6.3% in June from a year earlier. Part of that is because online sales, like Amazon's Prime Day, were a month earlier than last year. And then there's the World Cup. Spending at restaurants and bars was up, especially in host cities. And even beyond these one-off events, The Bank of America Institute's senior economist David Tinsley says consumers are firing on all cylinders.
That's right. I mean, we've had good spending growth in the economy really since the start of the year.
But that spending could slow down after the World Cup. Part of that is because despite wage growth being strong, consumer spending is rising faster than people's earnings. Stephen Masaha, NPR News.
The Red Cross is declaring a national blood emergency, citing a sharp drop in donations. NPR's Rob Stein reports.
Donations have been falling since the end of May, causing the national blood supply to drop by about 25% by the end of June. Blood donations often decline this time of year because regular routines get disrupted by summer travel, and blood drives at places like schools and colleges go on hiatus. At the same time, demand for blood increases because of a spike in injuries from car crashes and more people participating in activities like biking, hiking, and boating. And that's what's happening again this year. The Red Cross says there's a deficit of about 3,500 units of blood each week. Rob Stein, NPR News.
This is NPR.
Good morning. With the latest from the GBH newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. The Trump administration is planning to send election monitors to New Bedford for the state primary. This is a first for the South Coast city, and it's the only place in Massachusetts, aside from Boston, that is getting the monitors. New Bedford is also being asked to turn over voter rolls and other election information to the Department of Justice, the DOJ saying it's part of an effort to ensure free and fair elections. The New Bedford Light reports that Massachusetts is one of 7 states that will have federal monitors. All but New Hampshire are run by Democratic governors. A DOJ spokesperson did not respond to the question why New Bedford was chosen. Harvard University's Faculty of Arts and Sciences will look a little different when school is back in session in September. The Crimson reports some staff layoffs will start next week, which is part of a broader process that could also include employee placements into new positions or opportunities to move into different roles. The layoff notifications are the beginning of a long-anticipated overhaul of the department that has been in the works since last spring. It's unclear how many employees will be affected, though the Faculty of Arts and Sciences could lay off up to 1/4 of its staff. In sports, the Red Sox and the rest of Major League Baseball in the All-Star break. The Home Run Derby tonight. World Cup semifinals, France and Spain play tomorrow at 3 p.m. and England and Argentina play on Wednesday also at 3. The third-place playoff is next Saturday, and the big finale is on Sunday. We're back to hazy, hot, and Henry weather this week. 81 degrees right now. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Eric and Wendy Schmidt through the Schmidt Family Foundation, working toward a healthy, resilient, secure world for all. On the web at theschmidt.org. This is NPR.
You are listening to BPR on GBH and NEPM, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Jim and Marjorie are out. I'm BPR executive producer Jamie Bologna, but don't worry, they'll be back at the BPL tomorrow with Trenny Casey, John King, Connor Schoen from the Boston nonprofit Break Time. But I'm here with NBC 10 political commentator, podcast host, media maven, local woman, animal expert, so many things. Sue O'Connell. Hello, Sue.
Hi, Jamie. Isn't this fun?
Yeah, this is fun.
Exciting.
We've been having fun this morning.
So we'll
Let's
try
see if
to
we can
bring
keep it up.
we'll try to bring our off-screen charisma onto the radio.
Let's do it.
It's very exciting. All right, so let's include everyone, and let's talk about some serious things that are happening, but gives us a sort of doorway into a broader conversation. Of course, Lindsey Graham, South Carolina senator, he died over the weekend at 71 years old. His office reported initially he succumbed to a brief and sudden illness, updating today saying that the likely cause of his death was an aortic dissection. In other words, a heart issue. And Graham had just returned from a trip to Ukraine, was scheduled to appear on Meet the Press on Sunday, and the circumstances are leading to speculation and conspiracies about his death, which has led us to think some more about transparency for public officials, like Kentucky Senator Mitch McConnell, who's been away from his duties for weeks without an explanation until this weekend, sort of, when a proof of life photo in the hours after Graham's death was announced and posted. So we're opening the phone lines for you. Call or text 877-301-8970. How much are we, the public, the citizens, owed when it comes to a politician's health and personal life? Remember Tom Keene, a Republican congressman, spent 4 months away from his duties due to a severe depression. Pennsylvania Democrat John Fetterman also publicly spoke about his own battles with depression. And this is a nonpartisan, bipartisan issue. It's not just Republicans or just Democrats. It's all of our elected officials, regardless of their party. How much should we know? And when something goes wrong in a public official's personal life, what should they tell us and what should we demand to know? And what could fix this? 877-301-8970. Call or text, please.
Well, I think we should have a cognitive test, man, person, camera, TV, for every politician in America. And if they can pass that, then that's good enough for me.
So the problem with this, I think, is who does the test, which is always like, who's in charge when they do the test. But I don't think that I need to know the medical results of senators and congresspeople. And I also, from an employment standpoint...
Why not? They work for us.
They work for us, but if you work for me, I wouldn't get that information. I'd get you called in sick. You don't need to tell me why you're sick. If you're going to be out for an extended leave, you deal with HR. They give you an extended leave or they don't. And I may never know what's wrong with Jamie and why he's not here.
Well, none of us will ever know what's wrong with Jamie, but I wasn't elected to anything.
But I know where you are. But there are employees. And to that, I want to. You don't need to tell me why Senator McConnell is out, but I want to know when he's coming back, and I want to know what the plan is, because a staff can only do so much. They can only run so much. The senator has to be there. So I want Congress to change the rules. I want them to add a rule that if you're out for 90 days, you need
So this is the O'Connell provision?
The O'Connell provision is, I would say 30 days, but I know how Congress is. If you are out with an unexplained absence for 90 days, you have to tell us what the plan is, and you have to be transparent about what the issue is. Otherwise, I don't know what would happen. You just get in trouble.
Yeah, I was going to say, so what's the enforcement of this rule?
There's no stick, really. But I think we should know something. And to your age issue, I would love to have basic cognitive tests for all of our candidates for president. I'd love to see their tax returns. I'd love to see all those things, but I'm not sure that's ever going to happen.
That's never going to happen. 877-301-8970. I think they owe us more. I like your idea. I think they owe us more than just alerting us, although that would be a good start. But again, I think they work for us, and they should tell us more about what they're doing, what's wrong with them, and then we can decide if we want to elect them or reelect them or not moving forward. I think, the president over the weekend posted another Truth Social screed. I don't know if you saw that. The Daily Beast is calling it a baffling medical rant. He goes on about, he calls her Maggot Haberman, on and on about the book and how fake it is, which just leads me to believe that every word of it must be true. And then he says, I just finished a perfect physical at Walter Reed. I do it every 6 months, and I requested another cognitive test. And it's like, what is he talking about? Did he just do it in May? Is that what he means?
Yeah, he's been to the doctor more than most presidents have. I think that for a president, I think it's somewhat different. For a president, I do think we should have a full health report, and I do think we should be able to look at their blood work. Look, it's about the number of people, right? There are only 100 senators representing 50 states, right? If one of them is out, it's a big deal.
Well, especially with the margin that it is. Right. 51?
The president is out, a big deal. And I think that we need to pass laws, federal laws demanding more transparency into the president. And I think that the Congress needs to change rules to allow us to know where or why someone is out, if it's health related, and when they're coming back and what they're doing in the meantime.
And who's filling in for them.
Exactly.
877-301-8970 is the phone number. Can we just play a clip here of Senator Lindsey Graham's final public appearance? It was a press conference that he gave in Ukraine. Again, he was just in Ukraine. He's a
supporter
of Ukraine and had planned to come back and make the case to the president on why supporting Zelensky there was important. But let's hear a little bit of Senator Lindsey Graham's final public appearance.
As of about 30 minutes ago, we've reached agreement with the White House on a version of the Russian sanctions bill that they will support. It means it's going to become law. So when I get back to Washington, I'm going to go with Senator Blumenthal to the Republican and Democratic leader to see if we can find time to move this Russian sanctions package that would give tools to President Trump to help end this war.
Well, that, of course, hasn't happened and probably won't happen now. 877-301-8970 is the phone number. Lucy texts. She says, can someone please explain to me why the FBI is investigating Lindsey Graham's death?
Well, the reason and this is one of those, it's not a full-blown conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
There's, Kash Patel, our director of the FBI, did post.
This is the jet skiing VIP pool room. Yeah.
Yes, did post that the FBI was going to be looking into it, and some people thought that was reckless. But some regular, normal people are concerned that Russia has a habit of disappearing people through windows, poison perfume bottles, any number of Putin rivals or enemies go out to dinner and never come back. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that something nefarious may have contributed to Lindsey Graham's death. And of course, we all know, unfortunately and sadly, people who seem perfectly healthy and then have a cardiac issue. Tim Russert famously was at the gym and just had a heart evaluation and then had a heart attack and died from it. So it's not necessarily that he sounded robust just before passing away, but that Russia has a hand in so many nefarious and murderous. It's a great democracy over in Russia, one that we should be emulating. And Graham's stance on Ukraine and helping Ukraine and being a advocate for more Ukrainian support might put him in the crosshairs of something that would be nefarious.
Well, they're looking into it, so great.
And Kash Patel's in charge, so don't worry.
It should be perfectly fine.
Oh, good.
Nothing to see here, folks. Let's go to Melanie, who's calling in West Springfield. Melanie, you're first on BPR. Hello, Melanie.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
You're on the air.
Hi. Oh, hi there. I am so sorry. I had a Bluetooth issue. So I was very much surprised to hear about the death of Senator Graham and then to see the proof of life photograph with Mitch McConnell. And I think that all of us have a right to certain amounts of privacy when it comes to our own health challenges, but we also have responsibility for the roles that we show up to do our jobs. And so when there's an incident where a senator or one of our representatives are unable to fulfill that responsibility, we absolutely have a right to know that we're not being represented, and there to be a plan in place so we can have our representation as citizens.
Yeah, what did you make of that photo of McConnell?
You ever see Weekend at Bernie's?
Yeah. For folks who may not have seen it, it's Mitch McConnell and his wife in the hospital room, both in clothing, street clothing,
Normal,
casual street clothing, and Senator McConnell sitting on the bed. His wife is sitting next to him, I believe, maybe holding his hand. The staff conveniently put a newspaper on the table as a sort of proof of life, like when someone is kidnapped, to say, "Look, they're alive for this," and it has that uncanny valley feeling, where for someone who is so sick, he looks really healthy.
Yeah.
And now they're trying to kind of prove that it actually was a real photo. But Melanie, I'm also more concerned about it, that I feel like it took Lindsey Graham's death to make that reveal happen, whether we believe it or not. Like it was just going to turn the heat up as to where's Mitch McConnell, because Lindsey Graham looked fine yesterday and then he passed away. I mean, what are you doing about this though? Are you and it happens on the state level too. I mean, we're just focusing on the federal level, but are you calling your Congress people? Are you demanding that they institute a rule, or is this just something we all complain about? And whether it's Fetterman, Feinstein, or Mitch McConnell, we just
or Tom Keene disappearing for 4 months.
We just go, oh well, there they go again.
Yeah, I think that is the problem. I'm not doing anything about it. And I think that I'm not alone in my inaction. And I think that it's time that all of us kind of come forward and demand more and better. I think that us unifying on so many things, I think that in truth that we all, like, regardless of your spectrum, we definitely have more in common than we are able to look at, see, and admit. But yeah, I think
all right, Mel,
I need to do more.
Thanks for your call. Appreciate it. You're listening to BPR with Jamie and Sue. You can call or text us at 877-301-8970.
Bob in Providence texts, should I start posting I'm still alive pictures? I don't know. I haven't posted one in a while, but I'm here. I'm YouTube,
here. We're
so
here.
I
You
think
can
I'm
tell
alive.
us wherever we are. The other, the part of this too, which we've been folding folks in, that we know where Senator Feinstein was. We saw her.
Yeah.
But it was also very disturbing about her health, and if she was actually functioning in a capacity to just not even be a senator, just to basically get through the day. Obviously, McConnell's been having health issues for years. He's a polio survivor, which has been adding to some of the challenges. He fell and had a concussion in 2023.
Yeah,
you remember he
froze
in front of the
for
camera.
what felt like an eternity there.
So the issue also becomes, what about reelecting people who are clearly having health struggles, but we keep reelecting them, which is the part that I keep pointing out. We do have an opportunity to not reelect people who we think maybe not in the best of health, but we go ahead and do it anyway. And that would lead me into my rant about how much power incumbents and the political parties have.
I mean, our two options last time around, until that disastrous debate, were the two oldest people ever
on the face of the earth. And look, and
put Donald Trump's health and all of that aside, if you can.
Yep.
We still reelected him based on everything we know about him. Convicted felon, all of the things that Jim and Marjorie love to mention.
But not all 80-year-olds
every day.
are the same. You got Senator Markey.
Yeah.
He's still kicking it. He's running for office. He'll be, I think, 86 at the end of his term if he gets reelected. So there you go. All right, let's go to Whitney in Cohasset. Hey, Whitney, welcome to Boston Public Radio. What's on your mind?
Hello.
Hi.
I think we're all entitled to have an illness and to be out. But at the same time, when you're a politician and you're committed to be doing something for the public who have elected you, I think if you're unable to provide updates on the issues that matter to you, that you're responsible for, then it is the responsibility of whatever group they are in to provide the public with some updates, not necessarily about their health.
But they never do. So I shouldn't say they never do. They rarely do. So
they only do it once someone catches them. Like Tom Keene, a reporter went up to his house and knocked on the door and found him there, just sitting there.
Oh, I'm well aware of that. I can continue to say what I think needs to be done.
Please.
Will it get done, or will I do something about it? Maybe.
At least you're honest, Whitney.
Thanks, Whitney. Appreciate your call. I mean, and I said this about Biden and Trump when they were running against each other. For me, when it gets to the level of the presidency, a good presidency should be able to run without the president doing every little thing, right? The same with a governorship, right? Bill Weld famously barely worked as governor of this Commonwealth. And he made the joke that when Jane Swift was out with her kids and she wanted to attend the governor's council meeting by phone. This is before Zoom. And basically, Bill Weld said, look, I worked really hard 3 days a week. I don't see why she can't call into a meeting. if you have a great staff, they are implementing what your ideas are, right? So I would argue between Trump and Biden, look, they're both not great for age. This is a terrible idea, reelecting people and reelecting people, either one of them this age. But you're voting for their staff and what the administration is going to be able to do, right?
So in this case, we're talking RFK Jr., Kash Patel.
But yeah, and you also have a vice president. So if something happens to the president, you have a vice president who can step in. When you get to the Senate and the Congress, we need to have, I think, more direct accountability if they're going to be out for 90 days.
877-301-8970 is the phone number. We have an anonymous texter here who says, I disagree with Sue. 90 days without accountability is too long. The constituents deserve transparency after a week of non-direct communication.
I'd agree, but we don't.
A week? I don't know. On the flip side, a week seems short. You take a 2-week vacation or whatever.
No, just to call in
sick. If you're in the Massachusetts legislature, you take a 5-month vacation.
Yeah, we don't know where any of them are right now, do we?
That's a good point.
That's a good point. But I mean, I think there should be some mechanism that it's both protects your privacy and allows you to tell us. Let's go to Lorianne in Lunenburg. Lorianne, welcome to Boston Public Radio.
Hi. So I have not given in yet to the idea that Mitch McConnell has died. Definitely the picture of him with his wife has been doctored. Of course, they doctored it to make him look good, and they put him in street clothes because who wants to be, in the public eye in a hospital, Johnny? But I'm waiting until one of the big news sources publishes something about it because I associate conspiracy theories with QAnon and with MAGA, and I cringe online when I see liberals making points about things like, for instance, you can't accuse Trump of anything now without MAGA people pointing their fingers at Graham Plattner. So
right.
I hesitate. I don't want to join in and say that he has died, but I definitely think that the people in his constituency are not being represented, and definitely whether he's dead or if he's, really, really sick, they need to be transparent and appoint somebody in the interim.
Well, Lorianne, I think you're making the point too that when there's a vacuum, when there's a silence, when there's no information, and then this one sort of pathetic photo comes out, let's say it's completely real, undoctored, all of that, it's still just one data point, and it's not enough. And so, conspiracy theories, Reddit goes crazy. My Reddit was full of all kinds of things. Jimmy Kimmel posted a photo of his face on Mitch McConnell's body. They're saying, no, I'm doing just fine. So, there is this aspect of when there's a vacuum of information and a silence like that, it gets filled, unfortunately, in our society today by the most crazy elements.
And, the challenge, too, for news media and journalists is we're still not, I think, thankfully, in a society where most of the mainstream news people are not thirsty, hungry vultures trying to do a gotcha on someone who's going through a legitimate private health crisis. And that was the situation with Keene,
right? Where
until it was finally 3 months with just no information, a reporter went and knocked on the door, and that sort of propelled, it seems, Keene to be public about it. But, that's why I think we need to have a mechanism in place from Congress that requires them to disclose something so that it isn't put on, like I keep hearing on TikTok, where are the investigative reporters? Well,
they shut all the newsrooms.
Right, yeah. So there.
But thanks for the call, Lorianne. 877-301-8970. Not to go after Tom Keene there, but I also feel like talk about a missed opportunity to come out in front of something and actually be a leader on an issue and an important issue.
Like Fetterman did. Fetterman
exactly.
being clear that, having a mental health challenge shouldn't be treated no different than having the flu.
Right,
but
or talking about it, getting the treatment that you need. That's something I would think you'd expect from a leader in Congress or any of our public officials.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can we squeeze in Lee in Westboro? Hello, Lee.
Hi, this is Lee in Westboro.
Hi.
Thank you for taking my call. Frequent caller. I love your show. I was a selectman for 3 terms in Westboro, and I got infected with a similar disease is Lyme disease, and it incapacitated me. And I realized after a month, I realized even though I loved being a selectman, that it wasn't fair to the town or my other board members for me not to be able to function at full capacity. It's a very important job, even though small and local. You need somebody who's 100% there. So I made a difficult decision to quit, and I made it at a time where it was easy for the town to replace me without having a special election. So I timed it to their advantage as well. And I'm glad I did it, even though I miss being a selectman. I think it's very important to be responsible in that way.
Well, you know what the difference between you, Lee, and all these other people is that you're actually putting the citizens first.
What a concept.
And I appreciate it. I'm sorry. I know folks who are struggling with Lyme. I'm sorry to hear about that. I'm sorry you had to step aside. But you did what we hope our elected leaders do, which is not hang on to the power, but make sure that the power is with the people, to quote Patti Smith.
Yeah. I keep going back that they work for us, and I get what you're saying,
right.
Sue. I mean, the good news is your proposal, I don't even have a proposal.
I have a proposal, and everyone has to call their congresspeople and demand.
If you could find them.
Yep. No, just go. I know they're on vacation. They're in the district right now, but call and say you want to have a rule change that at a certain amount of days without any contact, you got to tell us.
Yeah, and they'll pass that as soon as they pass the Save America Act. We're out of time. Thanks, as always, for your calls and texts. Coming up after this quick break, Boston Globe business columnist Shirley Leung is here. I'm Jamie Bologna with Sue O'Connell. We're in for Jim and Marjorie, and you're listening to BPR on GBH and NEPM, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
The news and reporting you hear on GBH is made possible by the listeners who trust the GBH newsroom to deliver fact-based news and information every day. Support the journalism you trust. Pitch in online at gbhnews.org.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And M&M Skylights, located in Stoneham, installing and servicing the full range of Velux skylights that can help bring air and more natural light into homes. Skylight consultations can be scheduled at mmskylights.com. And the Peabody Essex Museum, Salem's destination for authentic witch city lore and witch trials history since 1799. Ticket information and more at pem.org.
Welcome back to BPR on GBH and NEPM, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. I'm NBC 10 political commentator Sue O'Connell, in with BPR's Jamie Bologna. Jim and Marjorie, we don't know where they are, actually.
We're actually getting a lot of texts about people saying, oh, what about transparency about Jim and Marjorie?
We don't know.
Why are they out?
We don't know.
It's called summer vacation.
It's a
and
big
they're
conspiracy.
Usually out for, 1 day at a time.
We do have paid time off, because this is a job and not a hobby, which people always like, well, it's a hobby. Why didn't it's Sunday. Anyway, they'll be back tomorrow. We'll see. We'll take a look at them.
I'm going to ask Jim to send me a proof of life photo.
They'll be back at the BPL tomorrow, so you can go look at them in person with Trenny Casey, John King, and Connor Schoen from the Boston nonprofit Break Time. You don't need tickets, nor do you need to RSVP. We're joined now on Zoom by the incomparable Shirley Leung, Boston Globe business columnist and co-author of the Power Play newsletter with John Chesto and host of the Say More podcast. Hello, Shirley. How are you feeling today? You showed up for work.
Hi, Jamie.
Hello.
Jamie.
Hi.
Jamie, I've never seen you behind the mic.
I've never seen me behind the mic. Isn't that fun?
I think this is your second time co-hosting,
It
right?
is.
Guest
It
hosting.
is. How am I doing?
Yeah.
Actually,
how's
don't
it
tell
going?
me. No, it's fine. I
How's
feel
it
good.
going?
It feels good.
You
It
feel
feels
good?
Yeah.
You look good.
Thanks.
You look
what?
good
That's like
behind
the number
mic.
one thing
That's
that
all you
matters.
care.
It's really.
That's why we have
Who
the
cares
YouTube,
how you sound as long as
you
you
can see
look
how you look good.
So, Shirley, we want to start with a sort of depressing topic here, but this article in the Globe over the weekend about the cuts in funding coming from the Trump administration on Alzheimer's research, the National Institutes of Health. We're going to talk to Dr. Katherine Gergen Barnett about this. We're also going to talk to Paul Reville about it in a little bit. But from your perspective, economically, what's the impact? What do we lose when we lose this type of research money, and how much are we even talking about?
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the biggest concerns since the beginning of the Trump administration, that the Trump would deeply cut research to our higher ed institutions like Harvard and MIT, and as well as the hospitals. And I mean, this is our secret sauce, right? That I've written about, how what happens is that for years, if not for decades, we are one of the leading, places in the world to get these federal grants. And these grants fuel innovative research, and that lead to, the creation of incredible biotech companies and cures and medicine and cancers and treatments. And this is at risk right now. And we've known for some time, but now we're starting to see some of the details from the federal government. We're the number one recipient of NIH dollars, I think, per capita. And the Trump administration is going to redo its formula. And we're certainly going to see millions of dollars leave the region. And that's why you're starting to see the Harvards and the MIT prepare and brace for pretty deep cuts.
But go ahead.
So I'm just going to say, Shirley, I'm 64. I've lived here my whole life, and I've seen areas come up and go down. I look at Kendall Square, which was not what it was 25 years ago, and Central Square, and all of that, just one tech business, one research business after another. And I was trying to think about this segment, and, is the risk to the stores and the rents and the landlords is almost like when in 128, during the 128 Wang Center closing and Polaroid closing, and nothing near this. I don't think the threat to what could happen here, it's historic, right? I'm not exaggerating.
It is. And one of the things that we at the Globe, the business section, we've been looking at is when we see the boom the last 10 years, the last 20 years, and a lot of it is driven by biotech and these federal research dollars. Have we peaked? That's a real question. Is this as good as it gets for Kendall Square? And do we start to retreat from there? We'll still have a sizable footprint in biotech, but will we be as big as we've been? And that's why it's really important for the state of Massachusetts. The Governor Healy is trying to do is they're trying to inject more money to kind of make up the loss, in these grants.
Is there enough money?
No, it won't be enough money. But the state at best can put, a couple $100 million in maybe, but not compared to, billions that are coming, hundreds and hundreds of millions, if not coming from the feds. But we're going to see. It's going to be a very, it's a very dicey period right now.
So one of the things that Jim and Marjorie often talk about on the show is the long-term impact, obviously, of the Trump administration's actions on a variety of issues. And one of the questions they regularly ask is, how long will this take to come back? Or, can you turn back the tide on democracy, on whatever? The impact of this, how long would it take to turn around the ship?
I guess we're going to see how long Trump is in office, right? And then who comes after him. So it could be temporary, right? What if the Democrats take control of Congress and the White House? And so maybe in a few years it'll blow over. There'll be a period where, top scientists go to Canada or go to Europe instead of coming here, But the hope is that it will eventually come back. But it is, we live in uncertain times right now in this region.
Shirley, I want to pivot over to a huge story, a sports story, but also a community story and a business story. Of course, Jaylen Brown's exit from the Boston Celtics, going to
Speaking
the
of funding,
76ers.
leaving the town, right?
Yeah, and I think that, even a casual basketball fan would know Jaylen Brown's commitment and his work and his effort. I think he's unlike any sports figure we've had. In terms of
in a generation,
in a
long time.
So, what does his move mean to the community organizations that he supported, and also, my ongoing question about these issues is this is a business. The Celtics it's a business. He's an employee. We love him and we hold him up as a hero, but he got transferred and now we all have to pick up the pieces.
Right. I mean, it is a business. And I mean, one of the things I wrote about and I've been writing about since his time, I guess a decade as a Celtic, is that he really, showed up in the community in events through his own foundation. For the last few summers, he's had a 4-day program at MIT Media Lab. He invites, 100 high school students, exposes them to science, technology. Hopefully they'll get into STEM careers. He also, when he signed that historic at the time, NBA contract, right? Contract extension. It was like, what is it called? The Supermax, right? It was like over $300 million. And he decided that immediately, like I think on day one, he said, I'm going to use it to create a Black Wall Street in Boston, meaning he wanted to close the racial wealth gap in Boston. And he set out to do that. He created an accelerator and he started to hand out $100,000 grants to small businesses so they can try to close the gap. And when I saw that he was being traded to Philadelphia, I really worried all that work would go to Philadelphia. And certainly he's going to build something like that in Philadelphia, but he has said that he will remain committed to Boston. I'm hoping that his bridge program at MIT, the summer program for kids, will continue. I hope that he'll continue to operate the accelerator here in Boston, but they don't really. We don't have a lot of players like Jaylen Brown. I mean, he really, if you think about it, he's really modeled himself off of Bill Russell, the great Celtic, and he did a lot of that. Was very vocal about social justice. It wasn't about just making an impact on the court, but off the court as well.
Is there anyone who could step up to the plate, so to speak, and do this?
I don't know yet. I mean, I will see. We'll see if someone will fill the void. I mean, it's hard. It's right now, kind of the modern era. I mean, if you think about it, there's been a lot of trading going on, right? With all the teams.
We'll see.
Patriots.
We might get him back.
Sox.
Next year. Yeah,
everybody is new.
He was such a unique person, though, such a unique player and community member. He's hard. He's going to be hard to replace in all areas.
He is.
Well, Shirley, can we talk about timeout market? Because I feel like you did have a hand in sort of saving that for Boston. What did you do? Why are you so in love with timeout market?
The timeout market is in the old Sears building, which where I used the Sears Outlet building that I like to refer to it as. Did you know that? That's the Sears and Roebuck Outlet building.
I worked at the Phoenix down there.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Oh, wow. And so this is the Fenway. Yeah,
Fenway area.
The old Landmark Center that they call it.
And after the COVID time, it struggled, obviously, like everyone else. I was telling Jamie in prep for this, my daughter Ruby and I have not been there since the movie theater went away because we would go eat there first and then sneak some food. I mean, eat there first and then go. It's hard to get a charcuterie board into the movie theater, but my daughter can do it. And I've always wondered, some of that food was really expensive, right? Yes. And if you go into a game, it's already killing you with the parking and the food inside. So it kind of rebooted. You stepped in a little bit and rebooted. What's
it's a little bit of a schlep from Fenway too.
It's not that far.
No, it's not that far.
If you're walking right there, 5 miles from where you parked your car for $50, what's another 2 miles? So what's the state of the timeout? What the heck's going on there?
So timeout art market opened in 2019 in the Sears former Landmark Center. Sears was a warehouse, I guess, center long ago. And so Timeout Market was on the verge of shutting down in January. And it was probably the first real food hall that opened in 2019, but the timing couldn't have been worse.
And we should say Timeout also is a publication that folks, it kind of gets lost in they're a nightlife, fun rightpublication.
Right. And then they branched out.
But they've closed in other cities too, right? I mean,
right. So they've kept the media the nightlife guide, but they branched out to these food halls. And in 2019, they opened the one in Boston, but what happened in 6 months later? COVID happened, and so they had to shut her down because communal dining, nobody was not a good thing during the pandemic, and so it really had to close before it almost stopped before it started, right? And once that happened, it was really hard to get off the ground. And Time Out food halls struggled across the U.S. And you're right, Jamie. Starting probably this year, maybe even starting last year, they started to shutter many of the Time Out markets. So what happened was that Steve Samuels, who developed a lot of kind of the modern Fenway, with offices and restaurants and housing there around the park, he I wrote a column asking him to step in to save Time Out, the food hall, because it just seemed like a really good idea. It seems like this should succeed in that neighborhood. And so he stepped in. He's been at the helm for a few months now, and so I had a chance to catch up with him. And I was struck by how much kind of blocking and tackling, basic things he had to do, from, asking one of the things they've done is lowered all the price. He and his team, they've decided we need to lower all the prices at Time Out. Because like you, Sue, I went in 2019 when I first opened, and then I never went back because it was too expensive.
Yeah.
I was like, this is...
and when you have a kid like mine who wants a charcuterie board every time you go,
right,
it's not cheap.
It was like a $16 burger
You'll tell me
back
later
in
how she
2019.
got into the movie, right?
You can put anything in a hoodie.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, right.
So anyway, so now they've lowered the prices. You can find like, $10, $12, $15. It's more in line with other fast casual options. They even lowered the prices of alcoholic drinks, like by $1 or a couple dollars. And so now it's more affordable. Now it's in line with everything else. Now for the vendors, I think there's like 15 restaurants and bars there. It's more affordable to operate there. I think they've helped them set up a system where they can accept food delivery, like use DoorDash, Uber Eats. It was hard to do that before, and right now that's a big part of the profit center and revenue for restaurants. And so right now, Steve Samuels, he's not a restaurant guy, and so he's new to all this, and so he's kind of taking it slow, but he's like, listen, I want to made everyone refresh the menus, lowered the prices, also bringing a lot of events to programming to Time Out, so it gives you another reason to come back. There's live music on the weekends. There's Mahjong Mondays. There's a lot of things he wants people to come back and check it out again. Give it a second.
Have they considered renaming it Shirley Leung's Time Out Market?
And Shirley, we should note it's hard for these businesses to work sometimes in these environments because even though they don't have the overhead of a restaurant, it is a bit like a food truck in some ways for them, and it's
like a satellite location.
Yeah, or a farmer's
Yes.
market.
Yeah.
It's not always easy just to pop in and pop out. So
no, it's and also it's very competitive. And I think Time Out, talking to the vendors, the vendors knew that Time Out was in trouble. I mean, they felt like the management of Time Out was constantly squeezing, squeezing them for more money, raising the brand. It was really hard to make ends meet. And they feel that even though it's early innings with Steve Samuels, they feel like his heart is in the right place. He is not about making money. He is about making Time Out a destination and, kind of a destination onto itself and also a destination for the Fenway neighborhood. And so they just feel like at this point they've got a manager and owner who's kind of aligned with them versus I just want to make money,
So Shirley, we're almost out of time here, but I do want to squeeze in one last just quick question for you. There's been a lot of discussion about the World Cup and the economy and America 250, tall ships. Does all of that just sort of renew thoughts in your head about what could have been Boston 2024? You have 30 seconds.
All the time.
Shirley.
Jamie, you've been living in my head. Forthcoming.
I was standing in endless lines at tall ships thinking, thank God we didn't have the Olympics. Thank you.
weren't ready for the Olympics. Now we are, I think. I think we're ready
Oh,
now.
2032.
See, look.
Now
look,
we
I've
are.
got a convert right there.
We weren't
now
too little,
we
too
are.
late. Shirley Leung.
Now we are.
Austin
Now
Close.
we are. We
From
said, what,
timeout market to the Olympics.
Who knows? 20,
Now we
2047. Yeah,
We got
Shirley Leung.
2036 Olympics. Wait, what year is it? Is it 10 years from now?
I have
Can we
no
do
idea. Who knows?
2036?
I don't know.
Who
There's no way to know.
Goodbye,
Shirley
Shirley.
Young, thank you. Co-author,
Bye.
Power Play newsletter with John Chesto, host of Say More podcast. Coming up after this quick break, former Education Secretary Paul Reville is here. I'm Jamie Bologna with Sue O'Connell. We're in for Jim and Marjorie, and you're listening to BPR on GBH and NEPM, streaming at
Now we are.
youtube.com/GBH News.
I'm Jared Bowen. Today on The Culture Show, Stephen King's Nightmares from the Inside Out. Caroline Bicks is the first scholar granted extended access to King's private archives, where she traced the drafts, edits, and alternative storylines behind Carrie, The Shining, Pet Sematary, and more. Her new book, Monsters in the Archives, is part literary detective story, part horror tour, and part memoir of a fan confronting the fears King first planted. That and more on The Culture Show today at 2 on 89.7 GBH.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And Concord Park, a Volunteers of America senior community in Concord, offering wellness, care, and support services to help seniors age in place, including a Compass Memory Support Neighborhood. ConcordPark.org/care.
And New England Recovery Center, providing inpatient addiction treatment in state-of-the-art facilities located in Westboro, Mass. Learn more at newenglandrecoverycenter.org or by calling 1-877-MY-REHAB.
Welcome back to BPR on GBH and NEPM, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. I'm NBC 10 Boston's political commentator Sue O'Connell, and we've also got BPR's Jamie Bologna.
Hey, Sue. Still here.
Very exciting.
They haven't dragged me out yet.
Jim and Marjorie, we don't know where they are. They're like Congress or Senate, but they will be back at the BPL tomorrow with Twenty Casey, John King, Connor Schoen from the Boston nonprofit. Break time. You don't need any tickets, and you don't need to RSVP. We are joined right now in person in Studio 3 by Paul Reville, the former Secretary of Education for Massachusetts and a professor at Harvard University's Graduate School of Education, where he leads the Ed Redesign Lab. Good day to you.
Hello, Sue and Jamie. Good
Hey,
to
Paul.
be with you.
Thanks for joining us.
blazer.
Yeah.
That's a perfect blazer today.
Well, thank
you are
you.
perfectly summered today.
Well, I
he's
tried
ready
to
to
be
go.
summery this
Yeah,
morning.
yeah.
So I did want to ask you about something I heard Henry Santoro mention in the newscast with the Crimson reporting that staff layoffs are starting at Harvard in the Faculty of Arts and Science potentially today. A quarter of the staff is. Do you know anything about this?
I don't know much about the layoffs. I mean, we've been seeing some layoffs university-wide. I'm not in the College of Arts and Sciences. I'm in the School of Education. But, yeah, we've been seeing a pinch back on hiring and certain positions in offices being eliminated. So I'm not surprised. I mean,
Is
it
this
a squeeze?
Part of the Trump administration?
Oh,
trying
sure.
To fit with
yeah. I mean, it's part of the big, beautiful bill, which the tax on endowment. It's part of the squeeze on research that's been put on recently and the overhead that goes with that helps the university operate. And, it's part of just the general state of siege we've been in for the last 18 months to 2 years.
So tell us more about those research cuts. We were talking about it with Shirley. We're going to talk again briefly with Dr. KGB.
Yeah, how does it? It's interesting to me about how it would impact just regular people and regular students. Like, I know I grew up believing that we were the best in medicine and research, and I know my daughter has the same feelings at 25 years of age. Is this going to? How would these cuts, if they're as severe as we're afraid they're going to be, how does it impact our students and the way that we think of ourselves in the world of education?
Well, when we're training future researchers, future scholars, future teachers, the process of engaging in the research work, in other words, uncovering basic knowledge and doing the analytics and working with the data and becoming familiar with the evidence on what works and what doesn't work, all of that is part of the educational experience. Students have an opportunity to work side by side with researchers as research assistants, as teaching fellows, and things of that nature. So if you cut back on those opportunities, you remove those opportunities, and you cut back, in general, universities receive overhead payments to operate the labs and things of that nature. And that goes into just the general staffing and support and capacity of the university overall. You're going to hit students in a variety of ways, to say nothing of what it does for the kind of discovery and innovation and, development of knowledge, of new knowledge, for which our universities have been world-renowned, and now the administration is chipping away at them.
And we're talking with former Massachusetts Secretary of Education, Paul Reville. Can we talk about reading?
Sure.
Because Healy signed into law this new bill, hoping, I think, to bring us back to where we were on reading. But this is something that Marjorie cares deeply about. I care deeply about. I have a 6-year-old, starting in learning how to read and starting in the school
system. It's critical.
System.
It's really important.
How did we get to what Marjorie would describe as the wrong teaching method, but this 3-cueing, or as the Globe describes it, controversial 3-cueing method, and what's wrong with it?
Well, it would be a mistake to assume that because some people do the cueing or various approaches that are in ill repute right now, that everybody's doing it. It's not an either-or proposition. I mean, the truth is really in the gray area here of, something between what we think of as phonics and the focus of this bill, which
just
is
sounding out
really
the words and letters,
re-emphasize reading and the sounding the words and that context, and versus sort of a whole language, which is getting the spirit of the reading, getting a feeling for the books, making connections, intuitive connections between words and what's happening in the story. And, best practice is somewhere in between. It's not all one or the other. So it isn't as though everybody in Massachusetts is doing cueing and now we've seen the light and we're all going to now do phonics forever. If you talk with the top reading experts at a place like ours, Katherine Snow, for example, you find that the truth is actually in the middle. This is helping to recenter us. We have a tradition in this state of a kind of laissez-faire in terms of curriculum. Let people, we'll have standards, but let everybody choose their own curriculum and how they're going to proceed. And fortunately, we're looking at the evidence, and the evidence suggests we're not doing nearly as well as we should, and we're not doing nearly as well as some other states, including some we'd historically, who historically have been at the bottom of academic
Louisiana,
achievement.
Mississippi,
who are doing much better. So we've learned from that, and we've overcome the arrogance of our number one placements. And decided to reemphasize the phonics in reading and to provide.
So is that what this bill? What does it do?
Well, it provides. It says you've got to have evidence-based curricula, so curricula that can be shown to have educated young people to a level of proficiency that we're not currently attaining in Massachusetts. So the state will pick out a handful of approved curricula. Districts can pick those if they can't afford to pick those. And there was a finance element that wasn't included in this bill that would have allowed districts to have some extra funding for new curricula. But the state will provide a default curriculum, a free curriculum. And it includes a whole bunch of other things: regular notification of parents, screening on dyslexia, annual screening of reading for students, a lot of professional development that would come from the Department of Education, a real opportunity to emphasize the value, the importance of including phonics in reading discussion and instruction. Again, not an either-or proposition, but, let's rebalance, let's recenter here.
Paul, the challenge here, of course, is that we want to be doing innovation, right? We want to be coming up with new ways to try things to see if it works better with our students. And I'm going to kind of default to the new math because when my kid was in middle school, they were just teaching how to round
I'm nervous
an
about
average.
it coming to my life.
Well, I'm dyslexic, right? So for me, recognizing a word is better than sounding it out. And for me, recognizing a shortcut to do a percentage rather than actually doing the formula, that's what works for me, right? Mm-hmm. But the problem with having it be with students is that, unfortunately, we're experimenting, and if it doesn't work out so well, it's not good for them, and we have to do a hurry-up offense. So what we're saying here, though, is that we should never experiment. We should experiment with ways to teach kids and we need evidence-based.
But yeah, I think it's the evidence
Yeah.
that we need to focus on. In other words, one of the things that we do a lot in education is we're sort of based on a factory model. So we get a notion that what we should do, what comes out in the averages is what we should do for everyone. But that isn't necessarily true. Someone with dyslexia may have a different situation. We've got to develop more capacity than we currently have to personalize education and to meet children where they are and give them what they need and to adapt to their particular learning circumstances. But that too should be based on evidence. So if we have students with dyslexia, there is evidence as to what works with those students and what doesn't work. That may be a little bit different than what works for the typical mainstream student. And we've got to develop the capacity to differentiate rather than to assume that just because people are born at the same time, they have the same learning needs and they learn in the same way. So the focus on evidence, I think, is what needs to be used generally and in particular as it comes to any individual student.
And we're going to talk about this later in the show in terms of this treatise in the Atlantic about why people don't read anymore. But Sue and I were talking this morning too about TikTok, and it's just easier to watch video content, little clips of stuff to learn, and it's creeping into the classroom as well.
Totally.
I guess, what do you make of all of that? The end of reading and this concept that kids, students, young people, old people, they just want to watch short form video.
I push back on him saying, I think we're reading more than ever. Like people I'm with read captions all the time on things, and they read the translations on things. And I'm texting my friends. So what's happening?
Well, I mean, I think the word count is up. I mean, but you're seeing it instead of from one source in a book you're reading. During that same period of time, it would have taken you to read War and Peace, for example. You would have been through a million different sites and read this little short clip here, there, and the other, not necessarily put them together in any coherent way, not necessarily connecting the dots or being able to do the analytics that go along with it. So I think there's a general feeling among educators that, that having the depth that goes along with reading in a focused way of a particular work, be it nonfiction or fiction, strengthens a whole bunch of skills that are really important, not just academically, but in the real world. And we're in a sort of an attention-based economy right now in terms of, how these social media that a lot of young people and adults are attached to. And we're constantly being deliberately distracted and trying to pull our attention in this way, that way, the other way. And it's all very sexy and vibrant and pulls you off. And I think this is becoming a problem. I mean, it's a problem even with teachers who use computers in the classroom, and students get distracted from those computers by various flashpoints that come up on their computer, and they go off in this direction or that direction, and they're finding it distracting. And we're now starting to see a backlash among a lot of parents to use of technology at all because they realize how distracted kids are by their screens.
Are schools pushing back on this and toning down the use of screens?
They are. I mean, you have some states, for example, eliminating cell phones altogether. You have other states setting limits on the amount of screen time that even for, purely what is quote unquote purely educational purposes, the amount of screen time that you can use in a classroom, for fear of all the other distractions that are going on. There is afoot, a kind of parental backlash against technology right now that I think we're going to be seeing more of in the future.
We're talking with former Massachusetts Secretary of Education Paul Reville.
Speaking of backlash in the wings, AI, of course, is growing more and more prevalent. And although I keep joking that we've been using spell check and Grammarly forever, and nobody was really freaked out about that. But at the same time, we've got news of an alpha school being pitched in Boston, a for-profit Trump administration-backed K-8. With $55,000 tuition and AI tutors and non-licensed guides instead of actual teachers. Obviously, I'm guessing the immediate concern is there's no oversight. It's another could be another fly-by-night sizzle. But in general, the use of AI as a teaching tool, what's your take on how that's being vetted and how it's being used?
Well, I mean, it's a moving target to begin with. I mean, the technology and the capacity of the technology is changing almost weekly. So to get ahead of it, I mean, education, frankly, has been a lagging industry in terms of its adoption of technology over time, and this is no exception. You know, a lot of the conversation in education right now surrounds plagiarism, which is a legitimate concern, and intellectual property, you know, researchers and folks writing books and that material or those articles going out on the internet with no attribution or no credit or no compensation. So this business of how do we use the AI tool in the classroom to to promote and advance instruction in ways that we couldn't have before. For example, the Alpha School presents an opportunity to personalize education. In other words, a lot of us, I just came from a conference that we're running at the Harvard Graduate School of Education on personalization and planning success for each child. Meet them where they are, give them what they need. So ideally, you can use technology for that purpose, to really focus in on a particular child, just as we were talking about in the dyslexia case that you presented, and to be highly personalized in the approach. On the other hand, you're missing the whole human dimension of education. And that poses real problems and real limitations if you just, are working an algorithm that's basically designed to improve people's test scores by giving them a very concentrated dose of education without the human touch that goes along with it.
Or the socialization, or the skills of just
right.
working together with other people. I don't know. I read this article and just felt really depressed about the future.
But we have a lot of adaptations to make. I mean, all of us, including at the university level. I mean, now, when you assign essays, everybody has access to ChatGPT or Claude or whatever they might be using and can construct essays outside of the classroom. And so is that a legitimate assignment anymore? Does that show me as a professor whether a student actually has grasped the material? Or does it show that ChatGPT has grasped the material? And so what do I do to compensate for that? Well, I've got to figure out how to have mastery demonstrations that are part of class, how to use the AI to, for example, I've been using it to do simulations in class. I teach courses on policy and leadership. Okay, so if you get in a leadership situation that looks like this, we do a simulation and watch people perform under the duress of a simulation that has been set up by AI, which has incredible power in terms of being able to build a scenario and create a drama that you can use in a classroom.
And you mean think on your feet and actually act and learn something. What a concept.
Yeah. And so, and there are things that are very valuable. I mean, my students learn all the time. So, if you're moving into a new community to become a superintendent of schools, how do you use AI to get a sense of what the history of this community is, who the people are, what the policy challenges have been, what the politics of the community are like, and how you get things done there. So there are a lot of affordances that it gives us, and we have a responsibility as educators to introduce young people to those tools and how to use them, and at the same time to update our pedagogy without losing sight of our intentions to make them well-rounded thinkers.
Well, thank you, Paul. We've been speaking with Paul Reville, former Education Secretary for Massachusetts and a professor at Harvard University's Graduate School of Education, where he leads the Ed Redesign Lab. Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
We say goodbye to you listening on NEPM, but make sure to tune into the Fabulous 413 starting at 3 this afternoon. The show continues here in Boston. Coming up after this quick break, Dr. Katherine Gergen Barnett is here from Boston Medical Center. I'm Jamie Bologna. She's Sue O'Connell, and this is BPR.
The news and reporting you hear on GBH is made possible by the listeners who trust the GBH newsroom to deliver fact-based news and information every day. Support the journalism you trust. Pitch in online at gbhnews.org.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And South Coast Artists, presenting its 23rd annual Open Studio Tour July 18th and 19th in Tiverton and Little Compton, Rhode Island, and Dartmouth and Westport, Massachusetts. Tour brochure downloads available at southcoastartists.org. And Morningside Music Bridge, returning to Boston. The summer program shines a spotlight on young classical musicians from around the world, with concerts now through August 7th at New England Conservatory. mmb.international.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
Welcome back to hour number 2 of BPR on 89.7 GBH. I'm BPR executive producer Jamie Bologna, here with NBC 10 political commentator, media maven, animal expert.
Very busy.
Busy
Very
woman,
busy.
Sue O'Connell. Hello, Sue.
Hello.
Jim and Marjorie will be back at the BPL tomorrow with Trenny Casey, John King, Connor Schoen from the Boston nonprofit Break Time. And as Marjorie likes to remind us, no tickets or RSVP are needed. Come and stay as little or as long as you'd like. And yeah. Hi.
It's just like life's a cabaret. It
Yeah,
sounds very
you just come
exciting,
down to the
very
show,
exciting.
you see Jim and Marjorie, you can maybe get a cup of coffee at the Newsfeed Cafe. It's
Yeah,
great.
It's great. It's great. All right. Well, we're joined now by someone else who's also great. Studio 3 right now, Dr. Katherine Gergen Barnett, Vice Chair of Primary Care Innovation and Transformation at Boston Medical Center, Associate Professor at Boston University Medical School, and Communications Fellow at Primary Care Collaborative. Hello, Dr. KGB. How are you?
So good
Picking
seeing
it up
both
and
of
throwing
you.
it down.
Thank you.
How's it going?
Thanks for coming
Very
in.
well. Happy summer.
We made it. We asked Shirley about this. We asked Paul Reville about this.
Yeah.
But this story in the Globe about National Institutes of Health cuts and this proposed regulation from the Trump administration. It's actually open for public comment until today, but
Yes.
the rules could be finalized as early as this fall, cutting millions of dollars in research funding for things like Alzheimer's.
Yeah.
In your world,
Yes.
what would the impact of all this be?
In our world, the impact would be tremendously difficult. And thinking, across the board, and not just at research writ large, but also safety net institutions such as my hospital. As you referenced, this is actually a 400-page document that was put out by the federal government, and the public was just given 45 days to comment. Today, as you indicated, is the last day to comment. There are many, including ourselves, who have put out for public comment. But I think it's really important for your listeners to know not only is it about the cut in funding, but it's the way in which it could happen. So it's really saying that the cuts could happen at any time. So if you are in the middle of a large grant and you get cut, all of the work, all of the money, all the effort, all the people who you've enrolled is all for naught, right? Because you can't bring those results out to fruition. The other thing is really the way it's going to impact scientists directly. So I'm a researcher, and this is part of my world and many people's world. So there are, for instance, journals where people like to publish, where people have to pay to publish their journals to make it open access. In other words, everybody could read that information. That is also on the chopping block. In addition, and importantly, I think to your point around Alzheimer's, a lot of the research we do is international research. It's really important to be, we know disease does not stay within borders of countries. We need to be working collaboratively. And this is really, again, thinking about this idea of domestic first approach, which mitigates and threatens the ability to do international research.
And it also grants the Trump administration the power to, as I think you said this, but
Yeah.
cut off any grant it decides is not
Correct.
in the national interest. So
That is correct.
It's sort of
across the board,
Any
it
grant.
throws, and this is, I think, importantly, and again, not to be alarmist, it's just important to talk about the gravity of this. This is going to be harder to challenge with a lawsuit than prior movements by the federal government. So if this matters to you, if this impacts you, the public comment is still open, and I urge your listeners to
Where can they go to do
become
that?
involved.
I'll look it up.
Hopefully somebody can comment. I don't have the URL tip of tongue. But,
And there's no
yeah.
one waiting in the wings to step in and rescue here. This is
Not that, things are always evolving.
Yeah.
And it would be wonderful if somebody
China,
was
for example, was
waiting
probably
to
having
step
a
in.
great.
Well, what will happen is our
Yeah.
researchers will continue to go to other places.
Right.
And we know this is already happening when people's research money gets cut. There are many wonderful places to go do research in other countries, and they actively reach out to our scientists and try to recruit them.
All right. Thank you for that public.
I couldn't find it quickly, but
We'll
hopefully
find it.
someone can help
Yes,
us find
we'll
it.
send it. Put it in the notes.
Put it in the notes. We'll get it
Show
before the end
notes.
of the show.
Yes.
So we want to pivot over to the Brigham and Women's
Yeah.
Nurses strike. I want to say, full disclosure, we're over in that emergency room a lot. We're frequent flyers at Brigham and Women's.
Yes.
Know a lot of nurses
Yeah.
over there. We love them. We
Yeah.
care a lot about them.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to say that and
Yeah.
have excellent experience there. The strike is ended today at
Correct.
7 a.m.
Yep.
What's
Well,
your
I mean, it ended last week, but then
yeah,
there was
but
the
I mean,
lockout.
The lockout. You know,
Yeah.
I mean,
they were allowed to come back at
Yes.
6:59 a.m. today.
yeah.
Correct.
So, what's your
Yeah.
take on the state there from the nursing perspective and the patient care?
Yeah, look, patient care always comes first. The nurses who've been on strike have been very clear about that. That is the epicenter of what they care about. I think, to your point, we all know this is the largest walkout in the history of the state, 4,000 nurses. And actually, what's not talked about as much, just because it's a smaller number, but no less important, is 450 home health clinicians also walked out. So those are, I have a dear friend who's a physical therapist who's been on strike all week. So,
And they also have the hospital at home
Yep,
process,
exactly,
which is if
part of
you're
it.
you're
Yep.
admitted and you're well enough,
Correct.
but not really well enough,
Yeah.
you get
Take
sent
care
home,
of yourself.
and a nurse
Yep.
comes to see you twice a
Absolutely.
day and make sure you're
so
doing
there's
everything.
a lot of different people who have been on strike, and I think people probably have read about it, but some of the basic demands are really thinking about wage increases that really match the cost of living. We know that living sort of a middle class, quote unquote, wage is actually 50% higher than what it used to be in Massachusetts. So that's huge. We also know that health insurance has gotten more expensive. Nurses are being asked to pay a higher premium. And that, like a lot of places, there's a lot of temporary agencies, but that particularly is impacting nursing. So, I think it is I can't, I know there's been a lot of negotiations. I know that MGB has also come forth with saying these are unsustainable demands. There's been 1,300 replacement nurses who, until yesterday, were there. And so MGB was not negotiating with the union of nurses at that time. There's a lot of work that will need to be done. I think a lot of fractured trust. And I think this is, among other things, emblematic of how fraught healthcare is right now. I think it's a very challenging place to work. I think, again, we live in a very expensive city. I think the nurses' demands were very understandable. And, there's evidence coming out, actually, and I know we'll probably talk about this as well, that 7 out of 10 nurses have reported some sort of assault in the workplace. So healthcare is a one of the most beautiful, amazing places to work. I wouldn't trade it for the world, but it's also very stressful and very fraught with tension. And I think that all the tension that is in our community displays itself in healthcare settings as well. And we know that nurses don't feel safe. Luckily, there's some legislation that has been put forth by the House, and hoping it will pass with the Senate, which really moves to develop and implement programs to prevent workplace violence.
Well, yeah, I
for
should
nurses.
say we had 2 nurses
Yeah.
on the show on Friday.
Right.
You can find that interview at youtube.com/GBH News. And we reached out to MGB leadership to see if someone would join us. They're not doing interviews, but
Yeah.
I just wanted to put a bow on that. But do you want to talk about this legislation that the doctor just brought up?
It's very important. Nearly 7 in 10 nurses are reporting assault. This bill would make intentional assault a felony, require prevention plans, and grant paid leave.
Yeah.
Advocates worry patients in mental health crisis would be unfairly punished. So it targets knowing willful assault. And as I've said, I've been in the emergency room a lot.
Yeah.
And most of because Jamie we were talking in prep, like how often does it happen? I've seen 5 incidents in 2 years.
Yeah.
Most of the time it's with someone who's having a mental health challenge or an alcohol substance abuse issue, or it's someone who's not the patient who is there demanding care, for their loved one in a very threatening and scary way. And I've gotten kind of immune to it. I can't imagine working in
Well, I mean, even just the headline is every 36 minutes, a healthcare worker is assaulted. I mean, it's just,
it's shocking. But, part of this, what the legislation would do is, to your point, is not blame the person with mental health or a substance use disorder, but rather saying, institutions need to be working on de-escalation policies. We need to make sure our patients are feeling safe, that we can actually listen to them, that we can keep healthcare providers safe. So it's really creating kind of the web and the fabric around the entire institution such that workplace violence doesn't actually lead to violence against an individual.
And they do, and knowing in advance, which, they all know who's going to be a problem, who's not going to be a problem, having security there, and having security enact in a way that doesn't escalate the situation.
Well, that's right. And we talk about this all the time. I mean, my clinic is on Melnia Cass, and, we're a block away from Mass and Cass, and we are very grateful to take care of our city's most vulnerable, and yet we also need to ensure that everybody in our clinic feels safe. So to your point, it's not always about having security. Security can actually exacerbate those feelings, but it's being able to know when to call security and also how to keep people feeling like they have the tools they need to keep safe.
So what would this law do?
This law would actually enact that there would be more programs across the board and more funding to do this kind of work. And it would be, bipartisan. And I think everybody can get behind the need for this to protect healthcare providers.
Well, so as you said, it passed
the
House in November, and it's sitting in the Senate.
July 31st. July 31st.
So call the Senate.
You got the number? You know the number from last time?
I was here, I had people calling the House.
I forget what it was about.
It was about primary care legislation.
617-722-2000. That's the number.
Yeah, there you go.
No, but I'm not trying to be funny about it. It's serious. So 617-722-2000.
Thank you. I appreciate the support in calling it out.
Sure. We're talking with Dr. Katherine Gergen Barnett from Boston Medical Center.
So the most fun moment I had at my workplace at NBC 10 last week was a younger employee on the young end, a young adult, who said, "What is the difference between explosive diarrhea and diarrhea?"
I was waiting for that question.
They got a earful from people who wanted to express what it's like to have an infant with, explosive diarrhea and all. So, of course, we're talking about the what's it called? Cyclospora. What kind of threat is it really to us here right now, and what should we be doing in a rational and reasonable, non-fear-mongering way?
And how is a parasite different than a bacteria and a virus?
We don't need to know that. We don't need to know that. We don't need to know that.
So,
just teach me everything.
Okay, well, in a few minutes, we'll go through all of microbiology and everything I learned in med school.
How do I kill it?
That's what I want to know. How do you kill it?
But I do think that you're raising the important thing, which is people are not always aware that Cyclospora is actually a parasite. It's this tiny, microscopic, it's spherical in its shape. What do we need to know? We need to know that this is the largest outbreak so far that we have in history, that we actually have 31 states currently affected. It is in Massachusetts. Michigan is really the epicenter of where this is happening. You brought it up at the top of the conversation in terms of what are the symptoms. So often people have what we call explosive diarrhea. What I would say is it when you have it. And stomach cramps and not feeling well and malaise and sometimes low fever, not usually vomiting. It's really hard to track, right? Because often people who are either drinking a water or a food that has Cyclospora on it. So Cyclospora lives in the gut of the intestine of humans, and it's in feces, and it's got a very thick shell. So here's some of your microbiology.
Long shelf life.
And as a result, it's sort of easier to live on. It's harder to kill, and we don't know. This is the big problem. We don't exactly know what the cause of the outbreak is right now.
Of this specific outbreak.
Of this specific
outbreak. But we know generally how it spread.
We know generally 100% that it's through through food or water that's contaminated with human feces. We know that when somebody ingests it, it can take several weeks to actually get the symptoms. So
This is
it's
a great
not,
lunchtime conversation.
I know,
Thank you, Sue.
I know. It's like
I'm
between,
blaming Sue for this.
between
gonna skip it.
violence and everything else. But, so what can we do? First of all, obviously, there's got to be better tracking and coordination, communication. Actually, interestingly, Taco Bell has taken the lead on some of these things. They've taken pico de gallo and cilantro and lettuce off their menu to help mitigate whatever it might be spreading on. But we, believe that likely it might be on some of the raw foods that we're eating. So if you are getting lettuce, which I think we all love, try to avoid actually boxed lettuce for now because we don't know. Get lettuce and vegetables in the head, take off the first kind of couple layers, really open
Wash
up
your
the
hands.
head, wash your hands. But
Worth
actually, eat cooked vegetables for now is probably the best way. Raspberries, things that are like really bumpy, the parasite can get in between those things. So, look, I ate raspberries this morning. I eat box. So it's like,
Well, it was nice
these are
knowing you.
ways, exactly. These are ways to mitigate it. But if you have symptoms, first of all, tell somebody, because your healthcare provider, we can actually test for it. And why is it important to know? Because if you don't get treated, sometimes your body can clear it, but it actually can come back. It can last for like a month. You can get super dehydrated. It's so hot outside. You better, it's much better to
Parasites
get an
run the world, man.
antibiotic. Get an antibiotic, cut your symptoms, and feel better. And obviously report if you're having symptoms, because what we fear might be happening is this may actually be an underreported situation because people just don't feel well but don't report it.
Is there
report it.
any ideas?
All right,
I mean,
Sue.
it is
Yeah.
shocking how huge usually
Yeah.
when there's an outbreak of something,
We figure it out right
it's
away.
like, oh, it came from here.
Yes,
That water was
totally.
reused, or that
Yes.
field didn't have proper hygiene for the field workers.
Mm-hmm.
Or my dad was a truck driver, right, and he delivered paper products, and he used to say that he would rather eat a hot dog off the floor of Fenway that dropped than eat any fruit that hadn't been washed, because the trucks that deliver the fruit then pick up garbage and bring it back, because an empty truck is a broke truck, right? So washing your vegetables and food is like essential.
Wow. Okay,
Right?
hot dog off the.
Well,
Here we go. I'm here for lunch.
Looks like I'm going to be growing my own fruits and vegetables from now on, I guess.
This is a huge outbreak,
Yeah.
and we don't have any answers.
We don't have answers. We have ideas about, where it could be coming from, but it's, a lot of it is thinking about what's happening to our centralized coordination in public health right now.
Who's in
And
charge of that?
Yeah, we all know too well. So look, I'm not worried. I just want people to be aware and get treated.
Is a brainworm a parasite? I'm just curious.
Well,
If that
yeah.
was a bacteria.
That's a worm.
That's a worm.
It's a worm.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's living off you as a
It's
parasite.
Let me
parasitic
move on
and
from
it's
this.
yes.
So
yes.
we talked at the top of the show with the listeners
Yeah.
about what public officials owe us
Yeah.
in terms of their health.
Yeah.
Obviously,
Yes.
the loss of Senator
Yeah.
Lindsey Graham and
Yeah.
the reemergence,
Yeah.
I guess, maybe,
Yeah.
of Mitch McConnell. I don't know. What's your take
Yeah.
on all of that?
Well, first of all, rest in peace, Lindsey Graham. And I don't think that any of us, or, there was no indication to know he was going to die so quickly. He had an aortic dissection, which is urgent, emergent, and doesn't always come with kind of harbingers of that. So, we've talked about this a lot. I think we've talked about it in relationship to President Biden and now President Trump. What do public officials owe the public in terms of being transparent about their health? We've actually had 5 members of Congress who have died in office recently and over the last couple years. I will say that what do we have our pilots do? What do we have other people who are keeping us safe? They need formal evaluations of health, and they need a level of transparency that's an outside agent of evaluation. It's not just saying, picking whatever doctor you want and having them give the conclusion. I am not for anybody disclosing things that are not necessary to disclose. I don't think the public needs to hear everything, but I do think if it is going to impact your ability to vote and to serve, and certainly when you're not showing up for critical votes,
then we'd have no Congress.
Then I think we owe the public that, and I think it also comes to elections where people need to be thinking down the road around what their health could be and the impacts of their health could be. So across the board, I think some level of transparency should be part of the job description.
It is amazing to me how many professions require
exactly this.
An examination and pilots is a perfect example. Firefighters, police
100%.
Officers, all sorts
people
of folks.
Who go serve for our country.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. Even musicians, when they get signed, pop artists, when they get signed to a big deal, have to have a physical to make sure that they're able to deliver the album. But we don't require it for like the Senate or Congress.
Yeah.
Great.
Oh, well.
I'm glad we fixed that.
Wash your
don't eat any fruit or vegetables, apparently.
No, definitely eat fruit and vegetables.
That's what I heard you say.
No, just get some cooked vegetables and avoid really bumpy things for now.
They're expensive now anyway, Jamie.
Right.
So don't eat the raspberries.
I have a lot of basil in my house if you want some.
Grow your own vegetables.
Grow your own basil.
There you go.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Perfect. You're coming over for pesto.
And look, there's a lot of great things that are happening in the world too. But I think these are
we
things
touched on none of them.
Yeah,
today.
but I think these are things that people hopefully will feel activated to be part of and get involved.
Yes, if you're posting on X about any of this, you could call a representative.
Yes.
How about that?
Yes, please. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Katherine Gergen
Yes,
Barnett.
thank you all.
Vice Chair of Primary Care Innovation and Transformation at Boston Medical Center, Associate Professor at Boston University Medical School, and Communications Fellow at Primary Care Collaborative. Thanks for coming in. Good
Thank
to see
you so much for having me.
Up next, we're going to have some wine, Sue, because I think we've earned it here.
That'll kill the parasite.
That should do it with Bertil Jean-Chronberg of Bonde Fine Wine in Harvard Square. I'm Jamie Bologna with Sue O'Connell. We're in for Jim and Marjorie. And you're listening to BPR on GBH and NEPM, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. Today on the Curiosity Desk, as companies like Meta and TikTok vie for eyeballs, a new legal field is emerging for the social media age: attention law. What level of agency, what level of ownership does the average person actually have when it comes to their own attention and time? Or should users be responsible for their own self-control online? That's the Curiosity Desk today at 1 on GBH 89.7.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And the Museum of Science. From live science demonstrations to hands-on exhibits, families can explore the wonders of Earth's evolution and the frontiers of space this summer. Learn more at mos.org. And Commonwealth Shakespeare Company, presenting A Midsummer Night's Dream. This summer's free Shakespeare on the Boston Common. Shakespeare's classic comedy is transported to a neon-lit festival escape, July 22nd through August 9th. comshakes.org.
Okay, welcome back to the best half hour ever on Boston Public Radio.
Sprinting
and
to the
GBH.
finish line.
I'm Sue O'Connell. You can also watch on youtube.com/GBH News. I'm here with Jamie and Jim and Marjorie. They'll be back tomorrow at the BPL with Trenny and John King and Connor Schroen from the Boston nonprofit Break Time. But this segment is really all about how we're reaching the end of a Monday Monday show, because it's Monday, and that means it's wine o'clock somewhere, as mothers all across the world say. We're going to talk about American-made sustainable wines and some tasty grapes from Oregon. And leading our tour right here is the man who just returned from Wine Summer Camp, and that's wine W-I-N-E, not W-H-I-N-E, and that is Bertil Jean-Chronberg, owner of Bonde Fine Wine Shop in Harvard Square. Welcome, good to see you.
Thank you, Sue.
Happy Monday.
Hello, good to see you again. So wait, tell us about this wine summer camp. Where'd you go? What'd you do?
Is it like band camp?
How do I get into it?
So it was the 25 years of the Oregon Pinot Camp. So it's an interesting event every year, regrouping around 250, 230 professionals around Willamette Valley. And so for 3 days, in reality, we try wine, we talk about wine, we have conference, we have work on the field. And this year was fabulous because the theme was the sense of place. To, unfortunately, a lot of people here and use here terroir. To it's completely different because terroir means tradition, long tradition. We have nuts here for talking about terroir. We're talking about sense of place. And yes, Willamette for the last 50 years, 55 years, are establishing their own terroir, their sense of place.
So what's so special about the Willamette Valley?
So Willamette Valley, so you have the old age and the new age. So the modern age starting in 63 with Papa Pinot will create the first vineyard. What we discovered very quickly, and especially with the winemaker, will come starting on the 70, and we will drinking wine from David Adeheim, who is one of the founder of the valley, that we are on this tiny 100 miles with so different altitude, so different climate, and so different soil, and complex and interesting soils going from sea soil, sea construction, so very acidic, going to volcanic, going to ash. It's a very, very fantastic and intriguing place in the United States, where we produce probably the best wine for the moment.
I'm totally hypnotized. I'm loving every moment of it. Can we talk about the business of wine for a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
The boomers are aging out. Yes. One might say. I'm a baby boomer. Okay. I'm on the cusp.
Yeah.
And younger people are imbibing differently, but the wine market still seems to be robust. What's your experience?
Or is it?
Well, the money-wise, it seems to be. Yeah. But is it higher-priced wines that folks are drinking? Or?
It's interesting because and that we'll try a Chardonnay and
absolutely
breaking all the myth. Exists from post-baby boomer and was real. The booing of baby boomer was Chardonnay. It's not to understand what's going on. What I see at the shop today and what is fantastic, that's the baby boomers and especially the new generation now going to, 23, 24 to 30, came often at the shop and will request to buy a wine is give them an experience. They know they will have a not good bottle of wine for $80 or $100 at the wine shop, at the restaurant. They know they will spend between $40 to $90, $100 at the shop and have something will be exceptional, an experience they can share with their friends, and that's real what they're doing. They're looking for very high-end quality wine, not expensive. They want where that's come from, to be sure it's made properly, and to be sure when they drink it, that's not to be drunk. It's to talk about it and experience the feeling.
So they're looking for community.
Communities, experience, and it's very funny, I start to use this word, the return of dad wine.
Dad wine.
So the baby boomer want this natural wine, have nothing to do with their parents, are so marginal. Suddenly we see these communities coming back to interesting wine, like Adelsheim. So go
Okay,
ahead.
what is this
so
wine
tell
we
us
have
about
here?
this
Tell us
wine
about
right
it.
here.
So David, that's the Ribbon Spring Vineyard 2022 Chardonnay.
I smelled it, but I don't know what I'm smelling for. But
so, you have apricot, you have tea, you have a lot of fruit and lightly honey. But what I love on this wine on the back, you have citrus. It's the freshness. So we have the myth of Chardonnay around buttery and oaky and all of that. To what is not that? You don't need to push a Chardonnay.
It's like tart almost.
Yeah, it's
Yes,
bright
bright.
and clean.
Yes.
It's beautiful. It's made for
refreshing.
food. It's very refreshing, and we are, on a very sea sediment soil in the Ribbon Ridge mountain at middle high altitudes, where the vine need to go very very deep to find their mineral in their food and their water. So that's great. And that's a cold climate. So that's great. Absolutely fabulous Chardonnay.
How much would this set me back?
So surprisingly, how much you will pay? You will pay for that.
Oh, I don't know.
Give me.
I'm not at all a wine drinker or a wine buyer, so I'm not. 25? That's kind of low.
I don't know. I have no idea.
Jimmy, you need to go more.
I say 60. 60.
Okay, so what you're drinking now, it's an eco-responsible
He
wine.
said to make a number. I came up with a number. I don't know why I'm in trouble.
So we talk about artisan wine.
Yes.
Okay, so it's like going to the farmer market. Organic, biodynamic, sustainable, small production, small fruit, very hard work to arrive to do that. So that is on the market around $55.
55.
And you know what? If it will be Burgundy on it, and for this quality, you can multiply that by 4. That's where people need to realize this wine have no chemicals. They will not give you a headache, and they are 20% what you will pay for a high quality French Burgundy. We produce that in the United States, in the Willamette Valley, and the same with the Pinot Noir. It's incredible also, Pinot Noir there. But that's a perfect example. So stop to buy at $25.
Yeah, my favorite thing is about expensive. Thank you about expensive wines and quality wines is that I remember the first time I had a sip of a quality wine, like I was at someone's house, and they're like, "This bottle costs this." I'm like, "Oh, sure, okay." And I took a sip. I was like, "Oh my gosh,
Yes.
Yeah.
this is like heaven. And it was a red wine which I didn't even particularly like. I still can remember the taste of that wine, because of how delicious it was. And
How much it was? What was expensive
well, this
for
was
you?
back in the early 1990s.
Yeah.
It was probably about $100.
Yeah,
then.
so on $100
yeah.
today, you will have the same experience.
Right.
Because at the opposite of a lot of things, the wine stays stable on the price for the quality. What's moved a lot, that's industrial wine.
Yeah.
But the quality wine, that's very close to what it was 10, 20 years ago. So it's no reason, it's no doubt we are with Willamette Valley, an incredible part.
Are you? Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to ask if Bertil, if you had our colleague Hannah is asking through the glass here, if you did want to spend under 50, do you have recommendations for quality around a slightly lower price point?
Absolutely. We talk about Willamette Chardonnay.
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I have 3 or 4 incredible Chardonnay under 50.
So you can still get, as you say, that experience,
absolutely,
community.
Absolutely, these wine are around $30 to $40 the bottles, and vineyard like Leung and Erie and other producer. Yes, you can have this quality. Vincent's, all these people produce absolutely incredible Chardonnay under $50.
I just want to ask about the community aspect of sharing wine, because what I love is watching a lot of medical professionals and mental health professionals now saying, I think we've course corrected too much on the drinking and saying how bad the drinking is, how terrible it is. It'd be great. Like, I also hate when they judge every alcohol by the same. Like, if you have 3 glasses of wine versus 3 shots of tequila, really, which one is worse for you? I think the tequila is probably worse for you. But encouraging people to be
Dr. O'Connell
social.
over here.
Yeah, having a couple of glasses of wine in a social setting, having an experience for your mental health is probably more valuable than any damage a healthy amount of alcohol is going to do to you.
So the point, we went way too far in the United States and around the world. We named that the Parker syndrome, where we push the wine to going to level of alcohol it's unacceptable. A wine is not a heavy alcoholic product. A good wine need to float between 9 and 12.5 degrees alcohol. That's where they are the best, because it's like a cocktail. You need to balance everything. And if you don't want to have your burning and overwhelm, you want less alcohol and more quality. And what we forgot, that's to go back to your first discussion, Jesus changed the water on wine for a reason, to avoid the people wasn't waiting for a week to have dysentery, because a wine, it's 80%, 85% water, have been sterilized by be fermented. The alcohol killed the bacteria, are dangerous for human. So it's not from today we drink wine. We drink wine for 6,500 years, and people have always drank wine a glass reasonably, not 3 bottles or a bottle of tequila. That's the problem. Everything it's excessive, it's dangerous. That is full of mineral, it's healthy, but I know you will push me to going out soon.
We're out of time. I want to make sure that the audience knows how to find you.
Yes.
You're on Church Street in Harvard Square?
Yeah, and what I was saying to Hannah, Bonde turning 5 years.
Yes, congratulations. You're
3 days
trying
ago.
to open
Thank
a
you.
community wine bar there, right?
Yeah, so I
cheers.
lightly transfer the space, keep on the same small space, but putting more seating and very oriented for people to have experience. Already for most of a year and a half, we're doing the social club on Friday and Saturday night, where you can come between 5 and 9 to sip for $19, 3 flights of wine, and listening to music and meet your communities. So now I transform the space for you can do that every day from noon to close. So real create a bonding around the communities.
A bonding. That's great. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Bertil, it's good to see you. It's Bonde with an E, wines.com. Is that correct?
Yes, bondewines.com. Yeah.
Yes, we've been speaking with Bertil Jean-Chronberg, owner of Bonfide Wine Shop in Harvard Square. Thank you so much for coming in. Thanks for the
Jimmy.
wine.
You're welcome.
Good to see you.
Sue, thank you.
Good to see you.
Coming up after this quick break, Sue talked too much about Cyclospora, so now we don't have a ton of time, but we'll open the lines to get your thoughts on the proper way to unplug this summer, be it the lake house that's hooked up to the internet or reading. What are you doing to unplug? 877-301-8970. I'm Jamie Bologna with Sue O'Connell. We're in for Jim and Marjorie, and this is BPR on GBH 89.7.
If it matters in Massachusetts, it's on In Common. This weekend in Northampton, a little bit off the beaten path, on the outskirts of Salem, from across Massachusetts and around New England. With reporting from 3 newsrooms across the Commonwealth, you'll get a statewide perspective you won't find anywhere else. What's happening, why it matters, and how it connects us, from the Berkshires to the Bay. Listen to In Common, Saturdays at 2 on GBH 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Modern Pest Services, providing integrated pest management for Boston homes and businesses. Modern Pest uses a prevention-first approach to seasonal pests to help target the source of the problem. Learn more at modernpest.com. And Maine Maritime Museum. Their new exhibit, Resounding, highlights the resilience and traditions of Maine's indigenous and Black maritime communities, featuring both historic artifacts and contemporary art. MaineMaritimeMuseum.org.
This is how I thought my adulthood would be, sitting at GBH drinking wine
glass
with
of
Jamie.
Chardonnay. Is it, Sue?
It
Is
is.
it
It's
though?
exactly what I think. Of course, you have tuned back into BPR on GBH, youtube.com/GBH News, and I am Sue O'Connell from NBC 10 Boston. He is our very own executive producer, BPR's Jamie Bologna. Jim and Marjorie, we don't know where they are, what illness they're fighting, but they will be back tomorrow at the BPL with Trenny Casey, John King, Connor Schoen from Boston Nonprofit Break Time. We're ending the show today. You got to get on the phone because we talked a lot, so we got to get you on right now. We're talking about the Lake House. No, not the movie, but the one where Jim and Marjorie are just sitting around doing nothing and wondering why should they unplug? Are they listening now? Are they on their phones?
I hope they're unplugged.
Are they doing all sorts of things? What happened to drinking around the fire pit, having a few beers, going kayaking, fishing, or are you completely plugged in? Is the internet taking over your summer respite? We want to hear about how you unplug, if you unplug. If you're taking a summer vacation, do you just decide to leave the laptop at home so you won't be tempted? Maybe you put your phone in airplane mode so you won't be caught in a doom scroll link. Or maybe you're like me, completely incapable of such a tech detox because the anxiety of logging back on or missing something
Oh, heaven
is
forbid.
just too much. Lines are open, 877-301-8970. You can call or text. The anxiety of unplugging, your tips and tricks for getting some downtime this summer. And also, what are you reading? Are you reading?
What are you reading?
Yeah, what
because
are you
people don't
reading?
read anymore.
Yeah.
I had this dream of reading a bunch of books this summer, and it's July 13th.
Yeah.
So I haven't read any yet.
Do you unplug when you go on vacation? What do you do?
No.
What do you do?
I text a lot and follow the news and get alerts.
Yeah.
I was on the Cape for July 4th week with my family, and that was, of course, when the Supreme Court. I text Zoe, as she says. Yes, I do. Jim, see, this is like a, the things flow down.
Yeah.
So Jim texts me, and then I text Zoe, and then I don't know who Zoe texts. Maybe someone else on the staff. It bothers them with the news anxiety. But, maybe you remember when Nina Totenberg accidentally published that story about
someone who was retiring that they weren't retiring quite
maybe
yet.
not retiring. I was texting with Zoe nonstop during that. But I was supposed to be at the beach, and I was at the beach, but I was still plugged in because I couldn't turn it off.
Do you get yelled at a lot? I get yelled at a lot for being on my phone. See, when I go on vacation, when I unplug, I don't post, but I do read.
You just kind of creep along and
I like to just check in and not feel any responsibility for answering. However, I do take a lot of grief for being on my phone, but my books are on my phone. I read all of my books on a phone.
So how do we know that you're not just looking at TikTok?
Exactly, but I show them what I'm doing. I show everybody. So this, I've already read this summer. I read while I was on vacation in the spring in Palm Springs. I read Liza Minnelli. Kids, wait till you hear this. I read it. It was great. I listened to Christina Applegate, You with the Sad Eyes. I read Lena Dunham, Fame Sick.
Oh, is that good?
I love Lena Dunham. I listened to Patricia Cromwell, True Crime, her autobiography, and right now I'm reading The Anniversary by Alex Finlay. So I do a mix of reading and listening, and I try not to engage. That's for me detoxing, not engaging in social media.
So the last book I read, I had to look it up on my Kindle.
Oh my gosh,
was Game Changer.
Oh, okay.
It's the first in the Heated Rivalry series.
Yeah.
In honor of Marjorie.
Yeah.
I'm coming to the cottage.
I'm going to the cottage.
Yes. I was not at a cottage, but 877-301-8970. We have Judy on the line in Waltham. How are you unplugging this summer? Or are you unplugging? And what are you reading? Hello, Judy.
This is Judy from Newton.
Oh,
hi, Judy and Newton.
Oh, they're fired.
Hi.
Hi, Judy. What are you reading?
Can't do that.
I was sitting on my balcony yesterday reading The Wedding People, and it was delightful.
Did you say The Wedding People?
The Wedding People, yeah, by Alison Esbach.
What's it about?
It's about people at a wedding.
Does someone die? Is someone dead? Is someone having an affair? Is there embezzlement?
A lot of the above.
Excellent.
Yes.
So do you
a woman who's kind of going through a crisis and she ends up at a hotel where everybody else is people at the wedding.
Oh, exciting. I like it. So do you totally unplug when you're on vacation? Do you not go on Facebook or anything that you might go on or check the news sites?
I don't do social media anyway.
Okay.
But I do at least try to at least read the headlines for the newspaper every day. I can't completely cut away. It's difficult to be someplace and not know what's happening in the world.
I hear you, Judy. I mean, I'd go on vacation with my parents in the 60s and 70s, they would read a newspaper every single day, right? From front to back. That didn't change. And so I wonder if anybody ever said to my parents or to my parents' generation, why are you reading a newspaper while you're on vacation? I get a little defensive about the whole why aren't you unplugging
Yeah, but at the same time, you read the newspaper and then you move on from it. You put it down.
That's what I do. That's why I don't engage on the
But the phone is constant. It's
But the phone is my book.
Alerts, breaking,
push. But the phone is my book. It's my podcast. It's my listening.
It's your best friend.
It's my... my Wordle.
It's your drinking friend.
It's my drinking friend. It's my mirror. It's people who don't know me who say nice things to me when my family is giving me a hard time. You know, I don't know why the down on it, but you know.
Well, because as we talked about with Paul Reville, it's destroying everything.
I don't think it is.
Okay.
All
Well,
right, let's
maybe it
find
isn't.
Todd.
Todd.
Todd
Where's
in
Todd?
Attleboro.
Or maybe Newton.
Hi, Todd. How are you?
Todd from Attleboro.
All right,
So
great.
I'm excited. I always call into your show. I'm lucky if I get in 2 times a month. But I'm reading my favorite author this summer when I try to disconnect. I don't know if you know who Isabel Allende is.
Absolutely.
She's my favorite. I'm reading Biette. I bought it when I was in Lima in January. I'm so engrossed in her book. She's my favorite. I love disconnecting. I read her in Spanish. She is, she's amazing. She's the niece of Salvador Allende, the assassinated president in New York. She's got a slew of books, and one of her books, The House of the Spirits, was actually made into a movie, if you didn't know that. But she's hands down my favorite. She wrote another book about her daughter, Paula, who passed away from some strange illness. I read it like 25 years ago.
Right.
They're touching, and her books are basically Latin American mystical realism, which is a lovely genre.
A lot of ghosts there.
Yeah. So anyway,
it's great. So Todd, do you read it? Do you read
English,
it do you read it as a book, a paper book, or do you read it on a
I
device?
have a paper. No, I like paper books. I'm regressing. I'm doing paper books. I found my fountain pens, and I'm using my fountain pens.
Soon you'll be using a stone tablet.
Do you know what the embarrassing thing about paper books is? That I carried around War and Peace for like 4 summers, and then I carried around Moby Dick. And I also
made your back stronger.
Yeah, and also the Odyssey, and I never really got to them, so they just mock me now on my bookcase.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So anyway, happy reading this summer.
Thank you, Todd. Thanks for calling.
Boy, Todd was like, Sue, poor Sue. Oh,
it does occur to me this is like the most NPR segment ever. We've got two gays sitting around drinking Chardonnay and talking about books.
At lunchtime,
like,
talking about
lunchtime.
books. And Liza Minnelli.
And your Liza Minnelli book.
Liza
and I'm
Minnelli.
sitting here reading Heated Rivalry. Is my
Kids
latest
gather
thing.
round. Yes. Yeah.
I will say that the prose there was not, not to be a book critic, but it wasn't like.
Do you stop reading books? Are you at that point? I was talking about.
Oh yeah, I put books down.
Oh no, I love my Stephen King, but sometimes I'm just like, Stephen, what the heck are you doing here? And I gotta put it down here.
Yeah,
I don't have the time for this. Yes, but do you watch TV? Do we count?
Do I watch TV?
No, but here's the other thing. Like I remember, like in the 80s, you'd go to a bed and breakfast, and someone would. You might not have a TV in the room, and I'd be like, how can I exist without a TV in the room in the 1980s?
Yeah, but you work for a TV station.
No, but then I was not. And then
Woman.
I heard that Terry Gross talking about NPR and
I've heard of her.
gods and goddesses. She once, at the same time, I heard she checked into a bed and breakfast in Vermont and got very upset they didn't have a TV. And I said, well, if Terry Gross on NPR needs a TV, I need a TV. So I felt okay about that.
Well, I've been watching Widow's Bay.
Yeah, well, that's
which has
another
TVs
great thing.
in it, but we got a couple of texts here.
Okay, what
This
do they
is
say?
Heidi from Lynn. For some, being able to read the newspaper on vacation is being able to do something that they don't have time to do when they're working.
Exactly.
It is a luxury for them. That's true.
Yes.
We sort of forget that we have to read the newspaper every day, but regular people,
I've
picking
been
up the
reading the
newspapers.
newspaper since 3rd grade, sitting down reading it front to back since 3rd grade.
I was as a child, a subscriber to both the Herald and the Globe, and
There
I
you
loved
go.
reading the Herald because of the headlines.
Oh,
and
yes.
Then at the time, Marjorie Egan's columns, of course.
Here's a lovely text we haven't read. Just wanted to say how refreshing it is to have Jamie and Sue today.
Oh, don't read these texts.
Why?
Because I'm going to get in trouble tomorrow
Okay,
for them.
it's just refreshing.
You know?
Like this lovely Chardonnay.
You don't think
It's
Jim's going to
refreshing.
enact revenge? Hey,
All
Edgar
right.
B. Herwick
Hey,
is
how are you?
here,
So,
host
yeah,
of the Curiosity
wine.
Desk.
Oh, my goodness. Right there for you. So tell us, do you unplug Edward B. Herwick III when you go on vacation?
Yeah, I mean, I think I do. I try to. I love that you're talking
What
about
does
the
it
lake
mean
house.
by unplug, though? What does it mean?
We don't really know what we're talking about.
Honestly,
frankly.
like for me, it can be reading, but honestly, it tends to be like trying to be present in my physical space, which something like being
that's
at a
very
lake or
NPR.
being in the woods or being at the
Mm-hmm.
beach can really help you do. You know, just like be there in the moment, be there with nature,
Yes.
which is actually kind of nice.
I love just sitting on the beach and doing nothing.
Well,
Just
nothing
sitting there.
breaks
and
my
listening
heart
to
more
other
when
people.
my kid calls me out on being on the phone.
The thing is, I find
it's
there
just painful. It's like, put the phone down. I'm like,
there are two things that can command my attention, like that I feel like can fight against something like a doom scrolling or just like generally like watching TV, and that is the ocean and a fire. Both of those things, they're so dynamic, they're moving all of the time. You can kind of just sit there and watch it, and it's great. So
I mean, I don't want to blow your mind here, but have you tried a fire by the ocean? Just
a fire pit.
I don't know. I know. It's like
He just
really
invented it.
earth-shattering.
He
Yeah, first
just
person to ever think of that.
invented it.
Wow, you know,
You should look into that on the
you ever-
Curiosity Desk.
Have you
What are
ever
you doing?
Have you ever camped out on the Boston Harbor Islands?
Let me ask you something. Do I look like
Look like
I've
you
You
ever
can't
camped?
be. You look like you
You,
can't
there,
be.
there are campsites on a number of the Boston Harbor
Yes.
Islands, including
Listen,
one where you can
It
have a
is.
fire
It's
on
great.
the beach
People
there.
love
It's
it.
amazing.
I'm not camping.
You,
I've
you
camped.
don't camp?
I've camped.
Do you do lake houses?
I've camped 4 times.
I go to
and I
cottages.
I tried to do the least amount of work possible. And
I'm coming to the cottage.
Yes, I go to a cottage. I freeload with my friends who
Okay.
have a what
Oh,
they
yeah.
call a camp.
The only thing that's
I
better
love
than
that.
a friend with a boat is a
A
friend with a cottage.
camp, a camp in Maine.
No, but I do want to say the lake house is an important part of American culture. I think about, you know, speaking of watching TV, which I do too much of, but like all of those 80s horror movies,
Yes.
like without the lake house, you don't have them. One of the best episodes of the television show Frasier, which is one of my favorites,
Yes.
that takes place
Yes,
at a
the
lake
lake
house.
house.
There's of course the great movie The Great Outdoors.
So is this
And
is
Lake
what's on the
House.
Curiosity Desk
That's
today?
what. Yeah, I'm
The
just
lake
going to
house.
sit there and talk
We're talking
about the lake
lake
house.
house.
No,
All right, so
Give
what's
you an
coming
hour
up
on
in
lake
your
no.
house.
show?
Interestingly, have you ever thought of your attention as a marketplace?
No.
For people to buy and sell your attention. We're
Well,
gonna
that's
talk
what's
about-
happening.
There's an emerging sort of law that is sort of called attention law. That's looking at your attention as a marketplace and whether or not we need to regulate that marketplace in a way like we have others, or whether or not we're kind of already doing it in the way we've written our laws.
All right. Well,
Kind
I'm
of
going to drink
interesting
more
stuff.
wine
Yeah.
and then
Tune
listen
in,
to Edgar.
1 o'clock.
There you go.
Yes.
Edgar B.
Coming
Herwick
at ya.
III from the Curiosity Desk.
Hey-o.
Ingrid in Somerville writes, I am at the pool with my headphones in, mainlining smut. So I'm achieving both plugged in and summer fun.
There you go. Perfect.
Ingrid, I'll be there in just a few minutes.
Hello.
Thanks for listening to another edition of BPR on 89.7 GBH. Keep up with us 24/7 by way of our podcast, or check out our TikTok page at Boston Public Radio. Tune in tomorrow. Don't worry, I'll be off mic where I belong, and Jim and Marjorie will be back at the
But
BPL.
you'll know him.
Yeah, but you'll hear me giggling. at
You can still
Marjorie's
drink the
jokes.
wine when you're off
Yeah,
mic.
exactly. They'll speak with NBC Sports Boston's Trenny Casey, CNN's John King, Connor Schoen from the Boston nonprofit Break Time, and defense attorney Rosemary Scapicchio about former state trooper Michael Proctor. Our crew is Zoe Matthews, Hannah Loss, Ariana Gonzalez, Maddie Geyer, and Patrick Lally ran our YouTube stream. Our engineer is John LeClaw Parker. I'm, I guess, the executive producer of this show. Stay tuned to the Curiosity Desk with Edgar B. Herwick III. It starts immediately when we're done here on the Culture Show with Jared Bowen at 2. I'm Jamie Bologna.
And I'm Sue O'Connell. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, this was
Have
fun,
a great
Sue.
day.
Enjoy
Free
your wine.
Yes.
Bye.
I'm coming to the cottage. From the stories of centuries past to discoveries that will define our future, How Did We Get Here's, how-tos, and more. Journey with us down the rabbit hole on the Curiosity Desk. Coming up next on GBH 89.7.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And Newport Mansions, presenting an evening with author and historian Rick Atkinson July 30th at Rosecliff. Atkinson will discuss America at 250 and the causes and consequences of the war that gave birth to our nation. NewportMansions.org. And MIT Sloan Executive Education, offering dynamic short programs tailored for mid-career professionals looking to build expertise in innovation, leadership, and technology. Details at executive.mit.edu.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. Today on the Curiosity Desk, in the aftermath of the Supreme Court's decision to uphold birthright citizenship, acting U.S. Attorney General Todd Blanche announced plans to combat so-called birth tourism. That's where undocumented immigrants travel to the U.S. with the explicit goal of giving birth on American soil. With help from the Migrant Policy Institute, we'll explore the hard data and whether this is as common a practice and as pressing an issue as the president and his allies suggest. Then, this month marked 89 years since Amelia Earhart's infamous disappearance. We'll talk with one author who parses 3 theories in her new book. And as companies like Meta and TikTok vie for eyeballs, how much control does the average person actually have when it comes to where they're focusing their attention? And is there a case to be made we ought to be doing more to protect our time online? It's all ahead this hour on the Curiosity Desk.
Live from NPR News, I'm Lakshmi Singh. A dozen Democratic state attorneys general are suing to block Paramount from acquiring Warner Brothers Discovery over anti-competitive concerns. A merger would effectively give the Trump-allied Ellison family control over some of the country's largest movie studios, television newsrooms, and other entertainment properties. South Carolina will prepare to hold a special primary election for a new Republican Senate nominee following Senator Lindsey Graham's death over the weekend. Under state law, candidates have a 1-week filing period that begins a week from tomorrow. A preliminary medical examiner report said Graham suffered a tear in his aorta. Graham had just returned from another trip to Ukraine. Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal says he and Graham were pushing for stronger sanctions against Russia over President Vladimir Putin's ongoing war against Ukraine.
These sanctions would be pivotal in getting Putin to the peace table. That was his objective, and my hope is that his death, tragic as it is, will provide an impetus to President Trump and my Republican colleagues to pass the Russia sanctions bill.
Republican Senator Mitch McConnell has broken weeks of silence about why he was in the hospital. Yesterday, the lawmaker from Kentucky disclosed he had fallen but did not break any bones. He was also being treated for mild pneumonia. The Maine Democratic Party has 2 weeks to select a new candidate to replace Senate nominee Graham Plattner. NPR's Tamara Keith reports the process is now set, but voters are still reeling.
Independent voter Joseph Barabee had been disengaged from politics for decades, but Plattner drew him back in. Now Plattner is out after an allegation of rape he denies, and Barabee is mad.
I am more upset than I've ever been around a political figure in my whole life. I mean, it's devastating.
And he blames the Democratic establishment. State Senate President Maddie Daughtry says she wants to believe Plattner's success was about his message and not the man.
You can have grief for the moment and also anger, but also opportunity and hope that we can turn this around.
Plattner's replacement will be selected at a convention on July 25th. Tamara Keith, NPR News, Brunswick, Maine.
A court finds President Trump's lawsuit against the Internal Revenue Service sought to use the system to help legitimize a nearly $1.8 billion taxpayer-backed compensation fund for Trump's allies. Today, U.S. District Judge Kathleen Williams recommended attorney sanctions and disciplinary action. In South Korea, former President Yoon Suk-yeol has been sentenced to 2 years in prison over election-related corruption. It is the latest in a string of criminal cases against the ousted leader who authorities say masterminded an illegal insurrection in 2024. This is NPR News.
Good afternoon. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. As we heard from our colleagues in Washington, Massachusetts Attorney General Andrea Joy Campbell has joined a coalition of 12 attorneys general in filing a lawsuit to block the proposed sale of Warner Brothers to Paramount. A release from AG Campbell's office says the $110 billion deal would unlawfully reduce competition in the film and TV industry and ultimately harm consumers. The coalition has asked Warner Brothers and Paramount not to close the transaction while the litigation proceeds, and if the companies decline, the coalition will seek a temporary restraining order to prevent the merger from closing before the court can review the case. Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey welcomes the captains who took part in this weekend's Tall Ships Parade of Sail at the State House this afternoon. Master List reports at 5 p.m. today about 20 captains from different countries will march down Beacon Street and walk up the State House steps to be greeted by the governor. Once there, the captains will be treated to a very large reception. And baristas at the Starbucks in Brookline Village voted 6-1 last week to unionize, joining the growing nationwide Starbucks Workers United campaign. Brookline.news reports the vote makes the Brookline Village location the 24th unionized Starbucks store in Massachusetts, and nationwide, the union says it now represents more than 12,000 workers at over 700 stores. Hazy, hot, and Henry today. We are looking for a high in the upper 80s. We are at 84 in Boston right now, 84 in Springfield. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Capital One, offering their premium travel card, Venture X. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. Details at CapitalOne.com. And listeners like you who donate to this NPR station.
Welcome to the Curiosity Desk on GBH 89.7. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. We're streaming live at youtube.com/GBH News. A few weeks ago, the Supreme Court struck down an executive order from President Trump that sought to end birthright citizenship. That's the thing that guarantees citizenship to people born here in the United States. Birthright citizenship is granted by the 14th Amendment, ratified in 1868 following the Civil War, and for decades, it's been a topic of discussion and debate, particularly recently around the concept of something called birth tourism. This is when people from other countries come to the U.S. specifically to give birth and grant their child U.S. citizenship. Here is Speaker of the House Mike Johnson discussing birthright citizenship at a press conference following the Supreme Court's ruling in Trump v. Barbara.
I do think that this has been grossly abused in recent years. It's become a birthing tourism, they call it, a trend where people would just come and you just come onto the soil and have your child, and then they're able to avail themselves of the welfare state and everything else. It's been abused.
So there's that term, birth tourism. What exactly is it? How much do we know about it? How often does it actually happen here in America? Well, here to help us answer those questions, we're joined over Zoom by Muzaffar Chishti. He's a senior fellow at the Migration Policy Institute, director of the MPI's office at New York University School of Law. Muzaffar, welcome to the Curiosity Desk. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me. Glad to be here.
So I want to start with the Supreme Court decision a little bit. Can you tell us why it was such a big and important decision, why so many people were following it? What does it mean?
Well, it's one of the most important decisions, I think, of recent times, just because it involved an extremely important fundamental aspect of our Constitution. The 14th Amendment, which guaranteed birthright citizenship, was put in the Constitution after the Supreme Court had ruled in a case called Dred Scott that the children of slaves born on U.S. soil were not automatically citizens, which then led President Lincoln to campaign Congress to put that right into the Constitution. And since then, many people have argued that this is not universal, that it doesn't apply to everyone born on the U.S. soil. So Trump administration issued an executive order saying that it applies only to people where this child at least has one parent who is a citizen or a lawful permanent resident. that made it to exclude people who were born to either unauthorized people in the U.S. or people who were here on temporary visas. So there was a huge rewrite of that amendment. And this Supreme Court, I think, in one of its most important decisions, written by Chief Justice Roberts, closed that debate after 150 years, that yes, it does apply to everyone born on U.S. soil, with very few minor exceptions.
So one of the things we heard in that clip from Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, and we're going to turn now to specifically birth tourism, because this is a term that has been around for some time. In that clip from Speaker Johnson, we heard him call it a trend. It's something that's been talked a lot about in the lead up to this Supreme Court case, and certainly since the decision has come down. It's sort of, I guess, one way of looking at it is sort of a subsect of folks who are born here to people who are not citizens of the United States, is this notion that people are specifically coming here to have a child so that they can get citizenship. I want to have a conversation about what we know and don't know about it. So how do we have data on this, how often this is happening in the United States, whether or not it's a trend? What do we know now?
I mean, it's a good question to ask. I mean, till recently, the popular perception was that the debate about birthright citizenship involved children of undocumented people.
Right.
That people were coming here, overstaying, then or coming without authorization, then giving birth. I think in the middle of this case, we realized that the more important emphasis of this administration was on quote unquote birth tourism, where people think people are gaming our system just to come to the United States, to have a baby so that they will automatically become citizenship. As you said, this has been a trend and discussion for some time. In my talking to the press, it kind of emerges every few years and then it goes away. And so it was kind of in the backwaters of public discussion, and suddenly became in the forefront of this. That something which was sort of talked about here and there became the main stage. And the numbers are, first of all, there's no real numbers. There's no registry in the United States which keeps record of people born to who are coming here only to have children. The best estimate about this is from the Center for Disease Control, which keeps a list of every birth in the United States. And there, if a mother has listed a foreign address when they gave birth to the United States, that is seen as proxy for someone who came here and has a child who just as a tourist. But we know that there could be, and that's about 9,000. So that's a very small.
That's about when you say 9,000, it's about 9,000 births per year?
9,000 a year.
Okay.
So, but many of us believe that there are some mothers who may be engaging in birth tourism, but may not use a foreign address, will use a local address, and they will not be caught in this. So it's difficult to track. The most extensive study of that phenomenon, so that we include both, was done by Center for Immigration Studies. It's actually a well-known restrictionist think tank which believes in low immigration. So you could say that their trend towards this would be to show that this has been exploited. And their number is somewhere between 22 to 26,000.
And that's 22 to 26,000 births per year on average.
So even if you use the higher number of that, that's the number that anyone can support. So if in a country of 340 million people, 26,000 kids being born to women who just came here to have birth is obviously blowing something out of the proportion. More important thing to note is that even if it is true, you don't deal with an issue like that by a constitutional amendment. Not everything has to be, as I've been quoted somewhere else, that you can't, you don't kill a mosquito with a cannon fire.
Right.
There are other ways of dealing with phenomena like this instead of this mammoth constitutional amendment that the opponents of birth citizenship want us to believe in.
You're listening to the Curiosity Desk. We're talking with Muzaffar Chishti about from the Migration Policy Institute about birth tourism in the U.S. in the wake of recent Supreme Court decision on birthright citizenship. Well, let's talk about that 20 to 26,000, which is an estimate, and sort of the highest of estimates, which, as you point out, is a very, 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 very small percentage of all births in the U.S. Of those 26, do we know who is doing this? I mean, clearly there is some. You said a low estimate's 9,000. Where are these people coming from? How does it work? How does this birth tourism industry generally work, regardless of what the numbers are? What do we know, if anything, about that?
So in the evolution of this debate, in the past, certainly in the 70s, people thought Mexicans were just coming over the border to have a kid here. That phenomenon was called anchor babies.
Right.
And that sort of attracted a lot of attention at that point. And people at that time assumed that people are coming to have babies because the babies could then sponsor them for a green card.
Yeah.
And that actually in 1976 was true if you came from Mexico. And Congress closed the loophole. Basically said, no matter where you come from, you cannot sponsor someone unless you're at least 21. So the idea that you would come here only to get a green card because of the sponsor of your child, that loophole got closed. In recent years, a lot of attention has been drawn to Chinese and Russians especially. And there's been a lot of press stories about Chinese coming in through well-oiled networks and maternity wards being established in Southern California, which would have full service operations from receiving you to taking care of pre-maternity and then post-maternity, getting you the birth certificates. That's been the tension. Russians have also been some subject of speculation, especially in Florida. So if you therefore want to think about where the scrutiny has been in recent times, it's the Russian mothers and Chinese mothers.
You're listening to the Curiosity Desk. We're talking with Muzaffar Chishti from the Migration Policy Institute. Well, as you point out, even the sort of largest estimate from a conservative-leaning organization, sort of says somewhere between 22 and 26,000. As we discussed, that's a small percentage of the births that happen here in the U.S. And yet, as you've pointed out multiple times in your career, this has kind of cycled and become a focus of attention. We are in one of those cycles again now. Why do you think people are so invested in this topic when it is such a small percentage of what's happening here in the U.S.?
Because it feeds into the general anti-immigrant narrative of this president and this administration. Don't forget, he himself believes that he got elected and re-elected on using immigration as a calling card. He has latched on to this, particularly thinking that people are gaming our system. He uses the word suckers, that what kind of suckers are we when people are just coming in to have a baby and take full advantage of the citizenship. So I think it's part of that narrative. If it was in isolation, as has happened in the past, the news disappears after a few weeks or months. So it feeds into that narrative. And I think he was particularly disturbed here that he did not get the Supreme Court to agree with him. Your listeners should not forget that the president attended the argument on birthright citizenship on April 1st. It's the only time, unprecedented, when a sitting president of the United States has come and sat in an argument in which he was a named party. The implication was that he was there to put pressure on the members of the Supreme Court, especially members whom he had appointed, and it did not work. And I think that's part of the disappointment here.
Do you think there's something in the notion, as you point out, one way of looking or framing this is, quote unquote, they are, quote unquote, gaming the system, this idea that somebody may be taking advantage of the system. Is that the kind of thing that you think just has the potential to be a powerful argument, whether it's happening a lot or not? Is that just something that gets people fired up, gets them emotional on one side or the other?
But it clearly gets people upset and sort of wrecked up. I think to add to this, there are congressional hearings held on this issue, particularly about the Chinese. that this has a national security consequence, that U.S. born kids are U.S. citizens and they could be living in China and use their citizenship as a way to break into certain national security concerns. I have no problem in us going after birth tourism. Let me be clear. If birth tourism is used as criminal networks to facilitate people coming to the United States only exclusively to give birth to children who could become, I think that's both a criminal offense and a visa violation. That someone should not be able to get a visa if they're coming here only to give birth to their child. Someone who has a visa should not be admitted into the United States if the idea is that they're coming here only to give birth to a child. But you don't need a constitutional amendment for it.
Yeah.
We can actually enforce our laws in better ways to accomplish the purpose of law enforcement to track those networks as against fundamentally altering our Constitution.
Well, let's talk a little bit about that before I let you go. You know, back in 2015, March of 2015, there were raids in 30 locations in Southern California that was targeting illegal birth tourism. And this is under the Obama administration. There was a sting. There were 20 operators and clients, I think, who received indictments under that. So there's an example, as you're talking about, you can sort of enforce. Clearly, there's laws on the books of some sort that were enforced in that case. What if the government is concerned about birth tourism, you know, short of a constitutional amendment, what could they do?
Well, it all depends on targeted resources. I mean, there would be no problem in establishing a wing at the DHS, just dealing with birth tourism as a violation of our laws. Whether that is connecting criminal links, that's connecting people in the U.S. with countries abroad, so that we track it as we track every other criminal enterprise. I mean, we track smuggling, the way we track monetary violations. We could do this same thing. It depends on the resources we invest. It depends on the intelligence that we use. And it ultimately depends on how well people are tracked once they are at the border or inside the United States. There are various ways of doing it across jurisdictions of our law enforcement agencies, but we don't need to amend our Constitution to do that.
All right. We've been speaking with Muzaffar Chishti from the Migration Policy Institute about birth tourism here in the U.S. Muzaffar, thank you so much for your time and expertise today.
Thank you so much for having me.
Coming up, the extraordinary life and 3 deaths of an American icon and one-time Medford resident. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. This is the Curiosity Desk. Don't go anywhere.
I'm Jared Bowen. Today on The Culture Show, Stephen King's nightmares from the inside out. Caroline Bicks is the first scholar granted extended access to King's private archives, where she traced the drafts, edits, and alternative storylines behind Carrie, The Shining, Pet Sematary, and more. Her new book, Monsters in the Archives, is part literary detective story, part horror tour, and part memoir of a fan confronting the fears King first planted. That and more on The Culture Show today at 2 on 89.7 GBH.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And Cambridge Trust, a division of Eastern Bank, offering business and personal wealth management and private banking services, investing more than $240 million in local communities since 1994. More at cambridgetrust.com. And Roto-Rooter, providing plumbing, drain cleaning, and water cleanup services in North America since 1935. 24/7 emergency services available. Service information and scheduling can be found at rotorooter.com.
You are listening to the Curiosity Desk on GBH 89.7. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. We're streaming live at youtube.com/GBH News. Well, this month marks 89 years since aviation pioneer Amelia Earhart's mysterious disappearance over the central Pacific Ocean. It would be a fitting end to a truly mythic career in the skies, cementing her in the canon of truly extraordinary Americans. Now, in the nearly 9 decades since, the mystery of what exactly happened to Amelia Earhart has been the source of endless fascination and speculation. Was she stranded on a remote island? Was she captured by the Japanese, or simply a victim of the Pacific? Those theories are all considered with care in a new book about the life and death of Amelia Earhart. It's from former National Geographic reporter Rachel Hartigan. The title is Lost, Amelia Earhart's 3 Mysterious Deaths and 1 Extraordinary Life. With us via Zoom right now to talk all about it is Rachel Hartigan. Rachel, congrats on the book. Welcome to the Curiosity Desk.
I'm happy to be here.
So I want to start with the theories, because this is a big part of your book, is this notion of the theories, which I think is, I get, because for the vast majority of us, as we said, I mean, this happened almost 90 years ago. So, most of us alive now know Amelia Earhart as a figure at the center of this mystery that every so often bubbles up when a new clue or a new quote unquote clue is discovered. Mm-hmm. And for most of us, we've experienced her as, this mysterious figure, as the centerpiece of one of the great American mysteries. So I like that part of your book really is digging into this. Let's talk about the theories, the sort of main theories and what they are and where they come from and why you go into them in the book.
Yeah, well, there are 3 main theories. There are some kind of kooky offshoots, but the 3 main theories are, 1, that she got off track when she was flying from New Guinea to a tiny island called Howland, and she ended up in Saipan or possibly the Marshall Islands and was captured by the Japanese and died by being shot or having her head cut off or dysentery or lots of variations on that theory. Another theory is that, again, she got lost, but she ended up south of the island on an uninhabited island named Nicamaroro. And there she landed on a reef during low tide, and she and her navigator, everybody always forgets poor Fred Noonan, but he was also there, they ended up dying as castaways. And then the third theory is the most obvious and simplest of them all is, again, she got a little lost and ran out of gas as she was looking for the island, and the plane crashed into the water.
And that's sort of that last one, the sort of crash and sink theory. That was sort of the official explanation, like after the fact, and that's kind of what, in the beginning people said, well, that's probably what happened. Is that the case?
Yeah, that's the case. There was a huge search involving lots of Navy and Coast Guard ships, and they were primarily searching the ocean. They did stop at a couple islands, didn't search them that thoroughly. But yeah, that was the operating theory.
And the theories themselves are in some ways like sort of a centerpiece of your book, which is to say, I think there's a part of this story that captures people's attention because there are these competing theories. And what is it about this mystery in particular that get people so interested? Is it the fact that there are kind of 3 at least somewhat viable theories here and you can bounce along the 3 of them and it's just fun to toggle as you decide what you think might have happened? Is it as simple as that?
I think that's part of it. I mean, you definitely have these kind of big personalities who are claiming that they know exactly what happened to Amelia Earhart. And all of them are interesting in their own ways and sort of touch on different themes in American history, sort of the paranoid vision of, an enemy like Japan taking one of America's heroes, or this idea that, here was this super famous person who died unknown on an uninhabited island. And then the whole mystery of we don't really know what's underwater. We can't really, or at the time, certainly we couldn't search for it. So all of those different puzzles are very intriguing to people. But I think the main thing is Earhart herself. She was so compelling, and really you can't overstate how famous she was when she disappeared. She was on all the newspapers. Everybody knew what her voice sounded like. She was on newsreels. And to have somebody like that everybody felt like they had a parasocial relationship with disappear is, leaves an urge for the story to reach a conclusion. And I think people still feel that.
Yeah, you're listening to The Curiosity Desk. We're talking with author Rachel Hartigan about her new book, Lost, Amelia Earhart's 3 Mysterious Deaths and 1 Extraordinary life. Well, I want to talk a little bit more about her as a person. But before we get to that, I want to talk about your sort of entry point into this story. I mean, you've said, and I love this, you've said that you have sort of stumbled into the Amelia Earhart thing as a journalist. You told a story in an interview where you say you're a journalist, you're on your way to the copy room, and your editor at Nat Geo sort of says, hey, we've got a berth on a ship that's going to one of these islands where we think Amelia Earhart might have died. Do you want to go along? I want, like, is that literally what happened?
Yeah, it really
It's
is.
amazing.
I mean, yeah, it was sort of an only in National Geographic moment for me. And I always say I am not your typical National Geographic reporter. I have a lot of friends who have done
Wait,
that.
what makes you not a typical National Geographic reporter?
Well, I hadn't done the big adventurous stories. I mean, I had done some cool stories, but I hadn't, I have a friend who has gone hunting with sheiks and hawks in the desert. And,
Yeah.
I hadn't done anything like that.
You hadn't done like Indiana Jones style stories.
No.
Yeah.
No, I mean, my one thing I did was I was in a pen with a bunch of buffalo calves racing around, but that was
the extent of it.
That was the extent of it. I didn't ride the buffaloes or anything like that. So, yeah, I mean, that's what happened. And there had already been an expedition in the works to go out to Nicaragua. And the plan had been that this organization, or some of the members of this organization called TIGAR, the International Group for Historic Aircraft Restoration, wanted to go back to this island where they had been many times, and they wanted to bring human remains sniffing dogs because there were a lot of indications that there was a castaway campsite there, and they wanted to see if the dogs could locate any bones. And National Geographic's archaeologist in residence was very instrumental in setting that all up. And of course, we wanted to cover that. So they asked me because the first person that my editor asked, who was, much younger and had already been around the world at least once, couldn't do it. So they asked me.
And you said yes, which is amazing. But, what is it? So let's talk about how you got more drawn into this. I mean, it's one thing to obviously it's an extraordinary journey to do something like that. But you get pulled into the point where you end up writing a book, not just about the mysteries, but about, as you said, this woman, this person. Like, what was it about Amelia Earhart that started to captivate you, where you said, you know what, we need another book about her, Yeah,
well, it was a couple things. One thing, I actually ended up going on 2 expeditions. And for the first one, it was such a rush, and I was just reporting on this one theory. But while we were out in Nicaragua, there was a history documentary where this guy, Les Kenny, said he'd found a picture of Amelia Earhart on a Japanese island. And that was quickly debunked, but it caused a lot of fuss. And then also a few weeks before, well, maybe a little bit longer before we'd been out there, there was another expedition that was looking underwater. And I didn't really know how live these explorations were. I didn't know that people were still looking for Amelia Earhart.
Yeah.
And to have this all happen at once really piqued my curiosity. And then the second time I went, and this time was with Bob Ballard, who is the man who found the Titanic, I had more time to really read about Earhart. And I kept thinking when I was on Bob's ship, the Nautilus, which is very high tech, I kept thinking, well, how Earhart would have loved this, because she was all about the latest technology, the latest transportation, whatever is happening. And so I just started to think about her more as a person and not so much as an icon.
You're listening to The Curiosity Desk. We're talking with Rachel Hartigan about her new book, Lost: Amelia Earhart's 3 Mysterious Deaths and One Extraordinary Life. Well, let's talk a little bit about aspects of her that you think maybe people don't know as much. I mean, I think generally you ask 100 people and close to 100 of them will say, yeah, I've heard of Amelia Earhart, right? And they know about the mystery. They vaguely know that she was a pilot and she was famous. But tell us more about her. I don't know how much people really know about her as a person, and I think one of the points you're making in the book is that the mystery sort of obscures that a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think she was a really interesting person who was very much of her time. I mean, she kind of came of age. She was born in 1897, and when she was in her early 20s, that's when aviation was really taking off after World War I. So she got to kind of come up with aviation at a time when, you could just find a pilot and give them $10 and they would take you up and show you how to fly. It was much more casual. There wasn't really a lot of regulation or anything. And of course, a lot of people died because of that. And she was just very, very brave, but she also wasn't perfect in any way. Her family always struggled for money, so she had to quit aviation for a while and find a bunch of different jobs, including she lived in Medford.
I was
going to
say, like, we're sitting.
Yeah.
I'm in a studio, probably 6-7 miles from Medford, and I honestly don't know how many people. I mean, there's a mural of her in Medford, and her house there's a little plaque in front of the house. But honestly, the fact that like Amelia Earhart lived in Medford, I think is not as widely known around here even as it ought to be.
Yeah, and she was there for quite a while, and she worked for a settlement house called Denison House, which I think is near where Chinatown is. And so she kind of had a more typical 20-something period where she's like, I don't know what I want to do. I know I don't want to have a typical female life at the time. I don't want to get married. And I don't want to just stay at home raising kids, but I don't know what my options are. So she bopped around between jobs until finally she was sort of plucked out of obscurity to fly across the Atlantic.
Unbelievable. So how invested are you personally in this now? Which is to say, like, have you like kind of gotten drawn into the world of like, when is the next mission going out there to find out the next sort of clue? Are you invested like sort of personally in the hope that there will be an end to this mystery, that we will eventually figure out what exactly happened?
I have really mixed feelings about it. Like, I am fully in support of people doing the exploration because I think it's such a human thing to do, to want to go out and test yourself and test your theories and all that. But in a strange way, I kind of don't care what the solution is. I mean, I feel like I very much don't know what happened to her. People always ask, well, what do you think happened to her? I'm like, well, I don't know, and nobody else really knows. And I think it's okay not to know. Not every mystery needs to be solved. Yeah. And if it's not solved, we sort of keep her with us.
I mean, it's interesting to hear you say, when you were on the Nautilus, this high-tech ship, and you had this notion like, oh man, like Amelia Earhart would have loved this. What do you think she would have made of the fact that, in a way of looking at it, she continues, because there is this mystery, she continues to be a catalyst for exploration, which sounds like something that would have been right up her alley. I mean, do you think she, like, in a weird way would be like, it's kind of cool that, like, I continue to inspire people to, like, push their limits and go places they haven't gone and try things they haven't done?
I think she would have thought it was cool. I think she would have been a little bit freaked out by the idea that people have devoted so much of their lives to her. Although she was fairly, she cultivated being famous because it helped her pay for her flights. But I think the idea that people are going out and trying things and risking things would have been gratifying.
Yeah. The other thing I always wonder about, and you're one of those people who knows this woman and this story in a way that most people don't, but it's sort of like we talked about how the mystery around it can sometimes obscure who she was as a person and her legacy. But I also wonder if this is finally solved, does that help lift this from the lift the sort of fog, and we can remember and talk more about who she was? Or does it risk her receding sort of into the background when she's not in the front of people's minds as another great American figure that people have sort of forgotten about? Do you think it's good or bad for her legacy if the mystery is solved, essentially?
That's interesting. I mean, every book about her, even if it's just a biography of her has to address the mystery. So in a way, people have to nod to it. And I think maybe it will allow people to go more in depth into her and then maybe talk about why she ended up having this long afterlife. So, yeah, I don't know.
Tough to say. All right. Well, you can find out more in the book. We've been speaking with Rachel Hartigan. Her book, Lost, Amelia Earhart's 3 Mysterious Deaths and 1 Extraordinary Life. Rachel, thanks so much for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
When we return, some say our attention is a limited resource, something companies are competing for and making money from. There's a name for that, a marketplace. Should we start regulating it like one? It's the Curiosity Desk. Don't go anywhere.
Old electric vehicle batteries need to be recycled. If they aren't, they become hazardous waste. But shipping hazardous materials is expensive, and the economics of battery recycling don't always pencil out.
No one's paying me for it. I have to pay to get rid of it.
I'm Mary Louise Kelly, how to turn old EV batteries into resources rather than burdens, on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Today at 4, here on GBH News 89.7.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And the Museum of Science. From live science demonstrations to hands-on exhibits, families can explore the wonders of Earth's evolution and the frontiers of space this summer. Learn more at MOS.org. Reach your customers wherever they are with GBH. Your brand will stand alongside trusted, mission-driven content across every platform. Explore the impact of corporate sponsorship at gbh.org/sponsorship.
You are listening to the Curiosity Desk on GBH 89.7. I'm Edgar B. Herbig III. We're streaming live at youtube.com/GBH News. Okay, consider for a moment all the things that you can buy. Could be something physical, like a pair of shoes. Could be a service, somebody's like babysitter. In our digital age, there's even a marketplace for data, or ones and zeros. But what about a marketplace for something even more abstract than the ones and zeros? How about a marketplace for our attention? Right now, companies like Google and Meta are mucking around in this marketplace, investing money and resources to get bigger shares of eyeballs and hours in the digital space. And there is a direct profit incentive to keep us hooked online. If only I could get paid for all the time I waste online, I would probably be lounging on a tropical island right now getting an epic sunburn. But as a close second, instead, I am here with Elettra Biette, Associate Professor at Northeastern Law School, and John Newmen, Professor at the University of Memphis Law School, both experts on the regulation of attention markets. Elettra, John, welcome to the Curiosity Desk.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so I want to start, and you can both weigh in on this. John, you can go first, but I want to establish this idea that our own attention, our time spent on something like a social media app is a limited resource that companies are competing for, and therefore, in one way of looking, it is a marketplace. Let's talk about the broad concept here. John, you first.
Okay, so as you point out, we get a whole bunch of stuff online. And we often talk about it as if it's for free, right? And sometimes these companies talk about it as if it's for free. In fact, Facebook's slogan used to be at one point, it's free, and it always will be. Okay, so then there's two possibilities, right? Either these are really nice charitable organizations that just give away stuff out of the goodness of their hearts, or this is a business. This is a market of some kind. And I think all of us at this point in the 21st century are pretty familiar with the idea that these are not just charities. They are in the business of extracting something. In addition to data, I think they pretty clearly extract attention. They then resell it to advertisers. So that's the basic marketplace here. It's not a charity. It is a business.
That word extract, really, like when you say extract, all of a sudden I'm like, oh, I'm listening. That's a interesting way to frame it. Elettra, your take on this.
Yeah. Yes, of course. I completely agree with everything John said. There is a market over attention. A lot of for-profits are competing over our time and how we use our attention, right? So advertisers, platforms, newspapers, media organizations are all trying to grab pieces of our attention, and they're competing over our time because our time is valuable, and that creates a marketplace.
You have this term that you've used, data attention imperative, Elettra. What is the data attention imperative?
So I use it to describe the business models of social media platforms that primarily rely on advertising, as well as some other business models of certain emerging AI companies like AI companions, for example. And the idea is that unlike perhaps how scholars have been characterizing the digital economy in terms of data, the understanding has been tech companies really want to grab our data. But in reality, tech companies want to grab both our data and our attention. And grabbing data and attention actually kind of mutually reinforce each other. So the more data a company has on us allows them to grab our time and kind of tailor experiences to make us more addicted to their product. And the more time they have, the more data they can extract from us. So that's the data attention imperative. It's an imperative to extract.
There's that word again, extract. John, I see you nodding there.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, I think for a long time, people were out on the front of this in the kind of data privacy world, and people were talking about surveillance capitalism pretty early on. But I think, if it were up to me, I'd say we're kind of missing the forest for the trees. Yes, data and privacy are important, but these companies like Google, Facebook, TikTok, they don't just accumulate data for its own sake, right? They don't just sit on it like these big piles of data in some cavern somewhere.
It's not a savings account, right?
Yeah, exactly. But they want our data, but only in as far as it helps them, as Elettra points out, better keep our eyes glued to their service, and then they can turn around and sell the eyeballs to advertisers for money. That's the business model. It's really not just extracting data and keeping it for its own sake. You want the data, but because it helps you sell the eyeballs for a higher price, basically.
And so therefore, this is where we get to this notion that your attention is a marketplace, is something that is being bought and being sold. And then is the natural sort of next thing from that to say, like, hey, you should be regulating this marketplace the way you might regulate another marketplace? I mean, how do you regulate an attention marketplace?
That's the big question. Yeah. One, like, obvious low-hanging fruit is, for a long time, antitrust law, which is an area that Elettra and I have focused on, totally ignored this. These whole, like, attention markets, this whole concept was just ignored. And among other things, that led to a massive consolidation of broadcast radio. Because if you're DOJ, you're looking at all these mergers, Clear Channel's buying up 1,000 channels, right? Circa 2000. If you don't see harm to listeners, you're probably not going to see much harm at all. And that's exactly what happened. So the basic bare starting point is just to think of these as markets. That then already puts them automatically into the scope of a lot of regulations like antitrust. So I'd say the low-hanging fruit is just treat it like any other market, right? That is a regulated industry today, and it should be.
The other thing I would add is that often we think of regulation as something that needs to come in when there's a harm. And for a long time, attention has not been seen as a space where harm was occurring because, more products, more information, more platforms that we can spend time on and get great content on sounded great, right? And so regulators were not concerned that we were spending time accessing information. But increasingly, we're realizing that there are harms attached to all of the time that goes into consuming these products.
Another reason why there might not have been regulation, I mean, I think the idea of I think there is a notion out there that people are in control of their own attention. That, it's not a marketplace in a traditional sense. It's sort of like you have agency. You can just choose not to spend your time in these places. And I think that's a major factor here. So, from a more philosophical way of looking at it, I mean, you in one of your papers, Elettra, you say that attention's not just a creature of an individual's mind, that it's a relationship between people in their environment. And I think that's a very interesting way of thinking about it. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so I mean that there's a tendency, particularly in the law, but I think also more broadly, to understand attention as a very individual thing. I pay attention to a particular experience, to a particular item of content. But in reality, the way I pay attention depends on the environment I'm in, right? So both of us, John and I, are professors. We interact with students. The way that the classroom is structured really matters to how well students can pay attention. Whether they have access to devices in the classroom will affect how they pay attention. And so it's much, and the way that they interact with other students in the classroom also affects it. And so it's much more of a collective resource. And the way that we structure it should take into account this collective nature of attention.
John, you talk about the fact that if we look at this, as you say, like a marketplace, well, then all of a sudden there are all of these sort of areas of law, like antitrust, that already have some structure in place around this. What are some of those besides antitrust? Like, what are the ways that if we do start actually framing this in that way, where you see, defined law already there that can kind of point a way forward?
Yeah, well, I mean, one of them is tax law, right? There's a whole lot of sales going on of our attention. None of that gets taxed as a sort of consumer or commodity type good. The way that if you go into a store and buy something, typically you'll pay a sales tax, right? With attention, that's just not true. These companies, and these are some of the biggest, most profitable companies in the world, are making billions, getting into the trillions of dollars, extracting a product and then selling it, and they're paying like zero sales tax on that. So instituting a kind of a sales tax on attention would be a start. If you're not going to tax it exactly like a commodity good, sure, that's fine, but change the way that companies can treat it on their books so that we're not actually subsidizing it. That's what tax law actually does right now. Instead of a sales tax, if you're a company, you buy somebody's eyeballs, you actually get to write that off as a deduction. It's a business expense when you buy advertising, right? So I'd say in some ways we're kind of doing the opposite of what we probably should be if the harms that Elettra points to are real, and I think they are. Instead of subsidizing, we should be taxing this stuff.
This is one of your proposals, right, Elettra? Is that you can use taxation as to disincentivize some of the stuff that keeps people hooked.
Yeah, so to go back to the question on antitrust, I think antitrust regulators have started lawsuits against companies like Meta or Google. And these lawsuits could, or in some cases might, have effects on the attention landscape, right? But one of the goals of antitrust law is to create a marketplace that's more functional and more competitive. And I think in this kind of context, more competitors doesn't necessarily help, right? Because they're all competing over a very limited resource that is attention. And so we need to think more about how to treat attention as a resource that needs to be protected away from the marketplace. This is kind of the way that I think about it. And so in that vein, I think taxation is helpful because it can impose costs on business models that extract attention. So if you were to impose a tax that is calculated on how much time people spend on a particular social media service, for example, that could disincentivize platforms like Facebook or TikTok from hooking people and addicting them, and might change their business models towards more, say, enriching experiences for users that might last less time but might be more fruitful.
From a legal perspective, I mean, there's no shortage of lawsuits that have been, taken up against these big media companies. But one right now that, that's emerging here and in other places, the city of Boston and Boston Public Schools, along with 1,500 other school districts, are suing social media companies, alleging that platforms have been addicting children and creating a youth mental health crisis. From a legal perspective, the idea that in this case, this is a lawsuit that is going against, Meta, TikTok, Snapchat, YouTube, around children as opposed to adults. Does that make a difference here? And will that help in any way define or how we think about this idea of the attention marketplace? Is there something distinct about the fact that this is around youth, John?
Yeah, I think a couple things. We've seen some other lawsuits that are kind of similar. They go after not just social media, but generative AI companies. And they often do focus on harms to youth. I think there's two reasons for that. One is it's something that we can all agree on, right? If something is actively harming our nation's youth, we can do something about it, we should. So I think it's a very candidly a sympathetic group. And then two, as a more legal matter, it can get you around some of the really restrictive contract provisions that we all agree to when we sign up for one of these things. We basically sign our lives away, of course, when we accept all those terms. Well, those aren't binding on kids. Kids can't agree to a contract like that. So it helps you legally as well.
What about those? Like, what about those things that we all sign? Like, I mean, it seems kind of insane. I mean, what is the deal with that? Like, how is an end user supposed to sort of grapple with something like that, where you've got like a 15-page thing and you got to click a button just to get to the next page? I mean, it seems kind of nutty to me.
I think you've just made the case for regulation, which is individuals are not well placed to govern themselves in the digital economy. But I completely agree with John. I think the move to focus on children in these litigations, but also in a lot of social media bills that are appearing across the country and around the world, I think is a step because we consider children to be vulnerable and in need of protection. I do agree that adults need protections as well because they don't necessarily exercise autonomy in the optimal way.
But it feels like that's a harder argument to win. No, I mean, I think there are plenty of people out there who, will hear this and go, whoa, wait a minute. I'm a grown up. I can choose how to spend my own time. And it feels, I don't know. I think there's a number of people who would feel like it's a little tricky to tell me that I'm not in control of how often I'm on the computer. But you argue, it's still, we're not as in control as we think we are.
Yeah, so my view is we might need more protection than we want to even admit to ourselves. But I do think it's important to start with a more vulnerable population like children and teenagers and see how these regulations play out. There's a lot of different types of regulations. There's all sorts of litigation that, might lead to different kinds of remedies and restrictions on the business models of these companies. And once we see how these lawsuits and social media laws play out, we can start thinking about whether it's a good idea to regulate in ways that protect adults as well.
All right. We have been speaking with Elettra Biette, Associate Professor at Northeastern Law School, and John Newmen, Professor at the University of Memphis Law School. Thank you both for being with us today on the Curiosity Desk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now I, with full agency, turn my attention, choice, to Jared Bowen of The Culture Show, who's joining me in studio. Hey, Jared.
It's great to be with you.
Great to be with you. What do you have on the show today?
Well, Jane Eaglen, who joins us regularly, our favorite opera star who appears regularly on the show, is going to be here about the American Wagner Festival. She's a great Wagner performer, and so we'll talk about all that's coming our way, including Wagner and Vino, coming up at the Burn in Somerville. Then we go to Caroline Bicks, who had this extraordinary opportunity. She's a Shakespeare scholar / major Stephen King fan from childhood.
Oh, neat.
She became the first ever person allowed into his archives outside of family and the foundation.
Oh, wow.
To look at the process for many of his novels, including Carrie and Salem's Lot and The Shining.
Oh, incredible.
And she had this phenomenal and fascinating ongoing conversation with him about creating those works. She'll tell us all.
Ooh.
And then Rhett Price is here. He has moved from the subway to being with Ty Dolla $ign and others to creating his own album of original work in Renaissance Man. He's a violinist and he'll perform.
All right, that's another great one coming your way. That is Jared Bowen in The Culture Show in just about 2.5 minutes, so do not go anywhere. As for us, that about does it for now. The Curiosity Desk is produced by Aidan Connolly, Rachel Armani, Olivia Corcio, and Hannah Loss. Our intern is Mukta Dharmapurkar. Patty Daniels and Jamie Bologna always give us their undivided attention. Our engineers, John the Claw Parker. Special thanks to Andrew Massawa and Maddie Geyer. We will be right back here in 23 short hours on GBH 89.7 and streaming on YouTube. If you can't wait that long, we do have a podcast version of the show. You can check that out wherever it is that you get your podcasts. As always, our show runs on your curiosity. If you've got a question, something you've been wondering about, or something you want us to look into in a future show, send us an email at curiosity@wgbh.org, or go to our website, gbh.org, search Curiosity Desk, and fill out our handy-dandy form. We'd love to hear from you. All right, until next time, I'm Edgar B. Harwick III. I hope you will stay curious out there.
What's trending? What's interesting? What's going on around town? We're talking all things arts and culture on The Culture Show, next on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And the Peabody Essex Museum, Salem's destination for authentic witch city lore and witch trials history since 1799. Ticket information and more at PEM.org. From Cold War space races to modern lunar missions by multiple nations, follow humanity's journey to the stars. Catch the new series Once Upon a Time in Space, tomorrow at 9 on GBH2.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jared Bowen. Coming up on The Culture Show, Grammy-winning dramatic soprano Jane Eaglen has commanded Wagner's most daunting roles on the world's greatest stages. Now she's launching into the American Wagner Festival. It's a showcase and training ground for emerging singers taking on the power, scale, and stamina of Wagner, and for audiences wanting a chance to see up-and-coming opera singers. Plus, few writers have gotten under our skin like Stephen King, especially for the way he has insinuated monsters into the middle of ordinary American life. His books give us telekinetic teenagers, haunted hotels, and the dead who refuse to stay buried. In her new book, Monsters in the Archives, Shakespeare scholar Caroline Bicks draws on her year going deep into King's private archives to understand the craft behind his nightmares and the shocking surprises she discovered. And violinist Rhett Price built his career from subway platforms to viral pop covers to sessions with Ye and Ty Dolla $ign. Now with his new album Renaissance Man, he steps fully into his own music as a songwriter and producer. That's all right now on The Culture Show.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
Love hearing that. I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show, live on 89.7 and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. It's time to enter the world of German composer Richard Wagner, just as the Boston Wagner Society is kicking off the American Wagner Festival on July 27th. It's a 2-week program offering masterclasses, performances, and the ever-popular Wagner in Vino, opera on tap. Joining me for an overview is Culture Show contributor Jane Eaglen. She's president of the Boston Wagner Society, a Grammy-winning soprano who's performed on the world's greatest stages, and she's on the faculty at New England Conservatory. Great to be with you as always.
Lovely to see you, Jared.
And this is your home turf. This is all Jane Eaglen territory.
Kinda. I mean, you know, I love the Wagner. Can't hear that Ride of the Valkyrie too often for me. So yes, this is basically I've been doing the Boston Wagner Institute, which is part of the society for the last 4 years or so, which was putting together again masterclasses and performances and so on. But this year we have an orchestra. We have the American Wagner Festival Orchestra, which is beyond exciting. So the young singers, they're not young singers, because to sing Wagner you have to have a bit of experience. They're thrilled that they get to do some of these scenes with a 60-piece orchestra, which is So exciting. I'm just thrilled.
Led by, if people know Boston Ballet, he was a longtime music director of Boston Ballet, Jonathan McPhee. You're working together on this. Well, tell me, for young up-and-coming opera singers, I love that they are attuned to Wagner and that this is important to them. What do you see stir in them as they become more immersed in this work?
Well, I think like I did, once I sort of figured out that my voice was right for that repertoire, I became obsessed with it. And I've found that with other young singers too. And as I say, most of them have had experience doing other things and they've developed their voices a little bit. So they tend to be a little bit older, but they just love it. And the chance to, my sort of reason for doing this program was to give potential Wagnerian voices the chance to do a 20-minute scene before they did a 6-hour opera, which
Helpful.
seemed to make sense. Yes. Because if you can get through a 20-minute scene and you feel good and it feels right, then you might go on to the next stage. I think to just dive in the deep end with 6 hours is a little bit tough. So this is to give people a real sense of what a scene would be like in the opera. And this year, for the first time, I'm actually directing the scenes, which I haven't done before. I've done a little directing before, but they're all operas that I know extremely well, and I'm kind of excited about the prospect of doing something a little different. And we are, in fact, doing The Ride of the Valkyrie that you played at the beginning. So I have had some really interesting Amazon orders of 8 shields and 2 spears and a helmet and all kinds of things, at the same time as buying my deodorant or whatever. So whoever is packing that Amazon box must be like, what is going on in this person's house? So yeah, we're doing all that.
Well, some of this new Amazon packaging allows you to see what's in it too. So the delivery man must be thinking, what kind of parties are happening at this house?
Absolutely. Particularly the 8 shields and spears. It's just like, really? What? That's something. I'm sure they think it's cosplay, which it sort of is, but it isn't.
Well, cosplay is getting mainstream now. So
it is. That's why it was easy to find them. I thought, how am I going to find all these things I need? Not a problem.
What do you do with them after?
Well, if you're going to run a Wagner Society, it's good to have a stockpile of shields and spears and all kinds of stuff. So I think they're going to go in our basement.
Okay.
Till next year.
I look forward to my next dinner party.
There
at
you
your
go.
House,
You can play with them. We can have a little fight.
Yeah, we can have cosplay dinner too.
We can.
Well, for people who know the music but don't necessarily know Wagner, what is it that made him so singular and that makes him endure still?
Well, I just think that I think The Ring, which is actually 150 years old this year, the first time that the whole of 4 operas were performed together was 150 years, which is why I wanted to do quite a few bits from The Ring itself. Personally, I think it's the greatest work of art that there's ever been. And that's my opinion, for sure. And people would say the Mona Lisa or whatever. But just putting together his vision, he wrote the text, he wrote this incredible music, which has such emotional impact, I think. And people are worried because, it's 6 hours. But it doesn't have to be. And I think the way to get into it is what we're doing. We're doing, in the final concert on the 8th of August, we're doing 4 scenes, which will be fully staged with the orchestra, so that people can hear the music, they can hear the Ride of the Valkyrie, and they can see what happens during it. People, it's women on horses. Well, we don't have horses. I should just point that out right now. But we may have a dead hero that we move around the stage. It's those kinds of things to put it into context. And I've never come across anyone who hasn't heard these, great clips that we pick, if you like, and gone, wow, this is amazing. I want to hear more.
Well, let's hear a little of you. You're not wearing your headphones because I know you don't like to listen to yourself.
I do not.
But we'll talk about Brunhilde on the other side of this. This is one of the great characters people know, like Madama Butterfly. People know this character. They know the association. We'll play a little bit and then talk to you on the other side. This is from the Met's 2000 production of Wagner's The Valkyrie with Jane Eaglen as Brunhilde. I did not want that to end. By the way, for our listening audience, you may have heard a little of Jane talking in that because you're already directing, telling me where to go in that piece. My goodness, I wish I could have seen you do this piece. What is it like to be her and to hit those notes?
Well, that's the first thing that the character sings. And so you walk on, Wotan, her father, sings a little bit before, and then you sing that. And it comes twice with a little bit in between. And it's the most difficult part of the entire role over 3 nights, without question. And it's also the bit everybody knows. So you can't mess it up, basically. So I would actually practice it, singing it a step higher in my dressing room before I went on, because then it felt it was easy. It was never easy, but I felt more comfortable. As long as I knew I could sing higher notes than I actually had to sing on stage, it was easy to do. And it's kind of fun. And what I loved about Brunhilde is that I've said this before, I think she's a big fun girl, which is just like me, kind of. And she's having fun with this. And that's, what it gets very complicated after that. But this is kind of her having fun with her father. And I always try to sort of play it that way.
Do you feel the anticipation when you were going out and doing that, knowing that everybody knows what you're about to sing and they're at the edge of their seats waiting for it?
A little bit, for sure. I mean, the start of any role is difficult, and I'm one of those people, I don't sort of feel nerves. I actually get a little sleepy and cold. So I stand in the wings or whatever on stage before the curtain goes up yawning and cold.
That I've never, ever, in my many years of doing this, have ever heard anybody say anything like that. No.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of like anti-adrenaline in a way, because, that adrenaline is to make you want to run from whatever's coming. Mine was just to go to sleep, basically. And so I would yawn and my hands would be very cold. As soon as I started, that went away, thank goodness. And then I would be fine. But that was a sort of my anticipation feeling before any performance.
They must have been, for people who didn't know you and know that about you, that people must have been terrified backstage, thinking they had a disaster on their hands.
Maybe, because the yawning was big, it wasn't just one, it would be a couple. But I actually enjoyed singing that because it's kind of fun. And you just have to think, I mean, you are acting it for sure, but you have to think technique. You can't just hope that happens. You have to make it happen, which is where technique comes in. And after that, the role of Brunhilde in Valkyrie, which is that's from, is actually quite low. That's high. The rest of the role is quite low. So I'd spend the next scene sort of sitting in the wings, not speaking to anyone, just, okay, we're going to get lower now.
As I just get lower to answer
your... I'm just going to go low there.
We're speaking with Jane Eaglen, in case you're just tuning in. We're talking about the Boston Wagner Society kicking off the American Wagner Festival. That's on July 27th. It runs through August 8th. So we were talking about your work with singers, but this is for general audiences as well. What participation can people have?
Well, there's lots of things that people can come to, all in Lexington. So we start off, actually, the first performance is at the Burren in Somerville, the Wagner and Vino, and actually it started about 4 years ago. We did the first one and people were having a drink and their dinner and having fun and so on, and I'm like, we have to start, how do I get people to be quiet, because it's a fairly noisy situation. And I wasn't even planning this, but I walked to the front of the room and actually sang the Hoya to Hose, which you've just heard, and it shut people up, I can tell you, pretty quick. So that's sort of become a thing. So now I actually get nervous because I have to do that Hoya to Hose again. I don't do them all, but then we have all the singers that are in the program singing a Wagner piece and also something else, a popular opera aria, which is a great night. So that's 7 o'clock at the Burren on the 28th.
So if I go on the 28th, I get a Jane Eaglen performance.
You'll get a few seconds of that kind of thing, but that's as far as
if I go, will there be more than a few seconds?
Jared, your checkbook's not big enough.
Well, I've been checked now.
So that we'll see. Maybe it is. I don't know. But then, so then we have 3 masterclasses. So I'm doing a masterclass on the Wednesday of the first week, and then we have Jay Hunter Morris, who's a well-known Wagnerian tenor, sang Siegfried at the Met. We sang together in Flying Dutchman, and then we have a Pops concert, which is Wagner Goes to the Movies, which we're again having the Ride of the Valkyries, but without the voices, so you can hear it then, get really familiar with would they then come again the following week and hear it with the voices? And also some Lloyd Webber, sort of how he wrote a lot of pieces with leitmotifs, which basically means a theme is attached to a person or a feeling. And Lloyd Webber did that to some extent. So we're kind of tying it all together with some modern pieces. And then Mark Delavan, who is a wonderful Wotan, and I sang in Dutchman with him as well, he's also doing a masterclass. Then the second week, we're all getting ready for the big final concert on the 8th of August at Carey Hall in Lexington, when we're going to do 3 scenes from Valkyrie and a scene from Flying Dutchman, fully staged, costumes, the whole 60-piece orchestra, and I'm excited, I think.
Well, it sounds tremendously exciting. I'm going to check my ATM card as soon as I leave the studio here today. Well, let's move on to something. It's interesting that we were just talking about this in this way, this larger-than-life character who fills the stage as you filled the Metropolitan Opera House. I mentioned that because we're talking about Brian Large, who recently died at the age of 89, and he is somebody who really gave us our sense of opera on film through more than 70 films, broadcasts that he oversaw, where he also helped change the notion of opera because with his lenses, his cameras as he was directing, he brought us in closer to it.
Absolutely. I mean, I first really became aware of The Ring because of his production of the Charot Boulez Ring at Bayreuth, which was done in 1976 for the 200th anniversary of The Ring. So now we're 250th anniversary of what we're doing. And he filmed it by taking all the seats out, or many of the seats out of the theatre, and filming it sort of like the Met does their HD broadcast now. So he could get in much closer to people and faces and film from all kinds of angles that wasn't possible before that. And then in, I believe, 1982, which I remember vividly, they showed an act of The Ring I don't say it's each night, but once a week or so. And that was really my introduction to The Ring and to Wagner. And I can remember it vividly now. It was so extraordinary because he got in so close to people, and just the way he directed it and looked at it, it absolutely changed how we see opera on film. The Met broadcast the same thing, but he did so many things. And I think Owen Wingrave, which was written by Britten, he sort of almost persuaded him to write it for television, and it was done that way. And it's much developed from then, but he was by far the first, and really some incredible ideas of how to get it out to people.
Would you say that there's a before and after in opera from when this became more expansive, more democratic for people who couldn't necessarily make it to great opera halls in cities, to have it come to them?
I think so. And what I liked about the work that he did is that he still filmed the actual performance. He was able to get in and do it in different ways and show more clearly, I think, to the audience what was going on if you weren't able to be in the theatre. My problem with, as I've said this before, with some of the HD performances you see now is that they're restaged for the television, for the cameras, and that I don't think is right, and I don't think it should be done that way. And that's why when people say, I just saw my first opera at the movie theatre, I say, well, no, you didn't. You saw a movie, which is very different. I've thought that the work that Brian Large did wasn't that. I think it was being true to what was being performed in the theatre. You just saw it a little closer or a little more detail but it wasn't changed for it. He was being true to the art form, which sometimes I think isn't the case now.
Well, it was a tremendous loss. He lived a very full life, but a tremendous loss for the groundbreaking work he did. I want to ask you about the Biette Parker artists, and this is a program in London, or in England, actually,
yes,
that offers, again, it's a variation on what you were talking about earlier, and giving artists who are making their way into opera a leg up, as it were. How do you describe this program and what it means, especially in this moment where we're still talking about how the art form is surviving?
Right. I mean, this is one of the big young artist programs. There are many. There is the Merrill program in San Francisco. LA Opera has one, Chicago has one, the Ryan Artist Center. So they're all very similar in that they take young artists that are at that stage where they need sort of like one step to help. So they tend to sing small roles in operas. They tend to cover, understudy the bigger roles, and just sort of get that experience. When I was coming up, there weren't the same kind of thing. There wasn't the young artist programs the same way. But I was taken on by English National Opera on contract as a sort of young singer kind of thing. And it was very similar. I did the same kind of things, did small roles, understudied, was able to see everything. And that's what's great, is that if you're at the Royal Opera House, you can go and see every rehearsal, and you can see, the top singers, top opera singers in the world, and how the business really works. So I think young artist programs are great. They're incredibly difficult to get into. I mean, the audition process is huge. And also, and I say this to my students all the time, you could be the best apple they've heard all day, but they're looking for an orange. Because if they don't think you can sing the parts that they need to have, or you can't understudy, we need someone for this, because as a young artist, you're cheap, basically. So it has to be worth a company's while to take you on. And that's another problem with bigger voices, is that they tend to be less able to fit into some of these things, that they can't do this small part in this and cover this, which is why, though I say this you shouldn't, my program is important for those, because a lot of these singers have not had those chances to get into the great programs like the Royal Opera House and the others because of the kind of voices that they have.
I find it so interesting when you talk about the opportunity to be an understudy and to step in and cover a role. What is that for a young singer, not knowing it'll even happen, and then you have the chance?
Right. I mean, it's scary. I didn't do a ton of covering myself. And in fact, with Scottish Opera, where I sang a lot of my roles for the first time in the original language, they were planning a Valkyrie and asked me, and I was like in my late 20s, I think, would I understudy, would I cover Brunhilde? So I went to my teacher, the only teacher I've ever had, and he said, no, you should sing the role, don't understudy it. I'm like, are you kidding me? Can I sing it? He said, absolutely, because you'll get 8 weeks rehearsal, you'll sing it into your voice, you're ready to do it, you've got a lot of time to work it. If you're understudying it, you have to do all that on your own, and then you might get a call at 5 o'clock saying, oh, you're on in an hour. So I totally get how, in my case, that was a great thing, and I ended up doing the role. It was my first, Valkyrie. But it's very hard to understudy, and I did do a little bit of understudying. I'm not going to mention names, but I understudied a famous person at Covent Garden who didn't come to any rehearsals. I was hired to do chorus rehearsals because she didn't do chorus rehearsals. But then she kind of didn't turn up at all for rehearsal. So I actually did the whole opera, staged it, and so on. She turned up for the dress rehearsal, and I was kind of hanging around watching, and they said, keep out of her, don't let her see you. If she sees you, God knows what will happen. And I was in the wings because I was walking around, and she did see me on the stage, and I was like, move, get out of here quick, go away, oh, she's going to throw something at you. I was like, oh, I was like 24 or 5. I'm like, what is happening in this world? What is this? So that's an issue too sometimes, that sometimes if you're understudying, and that's not the only time. I was called in to stand by for a Brunhilde at the Met, and again was told, just don't let her know that you're here.
I'm going to have to leave it here because we always do this. We always pick up right where we left off. So, by the way, I'm going to go to your house. I'm going to have dinner. I'm going to wear the helmet, and we're going to have the shields and swords. Yep. You're going to tell me who it is. I'll tell our audience. You didn't tell them who it was. You'll just tell me. I'll tell them, and then we'll come back and we'll continue this conversation about understudying.
It's a deal.
All right. Jane Eaglen, great to see you as always. Thank you.
Thank you, Jared.
Jane Eaglen is a Grammy-winning soprano who's performed on the world's greatest stages. She's on the faculty at New England Conservatory, and she's president of the Boston Wagner Society, which presents the American Wagner Festival on July 27th through August 8th. To learn more about events, go to their website, bostonwagnersociety.org. I do know that Wagner and Vino often sells out, so you'll want to get your tickets now. Coming up, a method to the madness. Shakespeare scholar Caroline Bicks spent an unprecedented year deep in Stephen King's personal archives and lived to write about it. She's next on The Culture Show. Stay with us.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
Old electric vehicle batteries need to be recycled. If they aren't, they become hazardous waste. But shipping hazardous materials is expensive, and the economics of battery recycling don't always pencil out.
No one's paying me for it. I have to pay to get rid of it.
I'm Mary Louise Kelly, how to turn old EV batteries into resources rather than burdens, on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Today at 4, here on GBH News 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And the David M. Rubenstein Americana Collection in support of the JFK Library's exhibit Declaring the Revolution, America's Printed Path to Independence, featuring historic documents that inspired the Declaration of Independence. jfklibrary.org. And Modern Pest Services, providing integrated pest management for Boston homes and businesses. Modern Pest uses a prevention-first approach to seasonal pests to help target the source of the problem. Learn more at modernpest.com.
Stream, read, watch. However you engage with your world, the new GBH News app brings you trusted local news wherever you go. Download it today on the App Store and Google Play.
I'm Callie Crossley. All too often, a lot of very important news flies under the radar. Learn about the small stories before they become big headlines on my podcast, Under the Radar with Callie Crossley, available wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show, live on 89.7 and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. Few writers have terrified readers like Stephen King. But what exactly makes his stories get under our skin? Caroline Bicks, that is, went looking for the answer with rare access to King's archives. And the result is her new book, Monsters in the Archives, My Year of Fear with Stephen King. Part literary investigation, part memoir, and part journey into the machinery of fear. A Shakespeare scholar by training and the inaugural Stephen E. King Chair in Literature at the University of Maine, Bicks brings a distinctly literary eye to work that first terrified her as a young reader. Returning to the King novels that frightened her most, she became the first scholar to spend extended time in his Bangor archive, tracing the drafts, manuscripts, and revisions behind the dread, small-town menace, and eruptive violence of his early fiction. Caroline Bicks, welcome to The Culture Show. It's really great to have you here.
Oh, thanks so much for having me, Jared.
Well, I just finished your book yesterday, and this is such a revelation. So I will point out to people, you examine the first drafts and iterations of Pet Sematary, The Shining, Night Shift, Salem's Lot, Carrie. I want to go to where your history is first in Shakespeare and the similarities that surfaced as you began to look at the work of Stephen King that you found weren't coincidental.
No, I mean, so first of all, I should just say I was hired as the inaugural Stephen E. King Chair at the University of Maine as a Shakespearean, not as a horror specialist. They weren't looking for that. I was just going in having to have been a huge Stephen King fan. But I certainly wasn't thinking that 4 years into the job, I'd be getting a call at home from him and meeting him and then developing this really lovely working relationship with him that led to my having this access to the archives. So I went into this because I was really fascinated by the language and how it was possible that it was still sticking in my head 40 years after reading it as a 12, 13, 14-year-old. So, you know, to me, I was falling in love with that writing at the same time I was falling in love with Shakespeare, you know, as a teenager. So when I went into the archives and had a chance to read these drafts and really see how he was intentionally crafting word sounds and word choices, it sounded like Shakespeare to me. There were so many instances where I could hear echoes of Shakespeare's language. And that just became a theme. You know, it's not the only theme in the book, but it certainly kept surfacing for me because Shakespeare's my first love language. It's like what I hear in my head. So it makes sense that with an intentional writer like Stephen King. And that was one of my big discoveries. I was like, oh, yes, he is incredibly intentional, that there were these overlaps.
Well, one of the most exciting things, and I promise we'll go back and talk about how you got there. Apologies for launching right into it because I think it's so interesting.
I think because people are like, what is she doing in his
All right,
people are always like, are you in the basement of his house? I'm like, I'm not in his basement. It's his totally legitimate archive.
Well, maybe we should explain. We'll go back to the Shakespeare in a minute, especially with The Shining and how he charted it out as a play, as Shakespeare.
Oh, yes.
But so here you are. You're at BC, by the way, and then have this opportunity in Maine, and you're told to not reach out to him.
No.
But then you get the call.
Then he just calls me at home. So, yeah, I was not expecting it at all, and I was happily, you know, in the position. It was endowed by the Harold Alfond Foundation. I know you all know about the Alfonds in Boston, you know, and it's to support the public humanities. So it's a great mission. I was happy to take the job. I was sad I wouldn't be meeting Stephen King because I love him. So it was really a shocker when he called, and I just invited him to come talk with our students because I knew that he would care about the students, and he absolutely did. He was phenomenal, generous, kind, not at all the scary person I was thinking he might be. So that's how the journey started for me.
And then you have, as I keep describing, this unprecedented access. You're the first person outside of the King family or of the King Foundation who gets this unfettered access to the first drafts, iterations, everything related to these works that I mentioned.
Yeah, to be able to immerse myself. I'm so grateful to Steve and to Tabitha for trusting me. I mean, it wasn't unfettered. It's not like I could go in there and just paw through everything. It was very. The whole point of gathering these papers together for the first time, and it was the first time they'd been gathered, was about 2022, put into a climate-controlled space so they're safe. And so the parameters were pretty clear. And when I pitched this idea to the Kings, I said, I really just want to look at these 5 works that scared me so badly when I was a kid. And I just want to understand and appreciate how you crafted it. How did you do it? How can I still be thinking? And part of the joy of this book for me has been going and talking to people around the world, really, about their love for Stephen King and how they remember particular words and phrases and sentences from the writing. I'm not talking about the films, because that's their own thing. And I'm just fascinated by that. How did he do it? And here I had this incredible access. And these are wonderful, because I was only looking at 1970s drafts. There's one 1982 Pet Sematary draft, but so it's almost all of them are typewriters, right, with handwritten pen notes that he's written to himself. And then I, of course, got to talk to him along the way. So this is, for a Shakespearean, this is like catnip on, steroids. I'm like, I can talk to the author. So we had lovely conversations as well along the way.
And some of my favorite exchanges in your book are when you ask him about the word choices, and it becomes abundantly clear that the words he's choosing, it's as much for how they appear as they're read as how they sound if you were to read it out loud, or how it sounds in our head as we're reading.
Yeah, that was one of the first conversations that we had, because I had been deep into, so I would spend about 2 months on each of the manuscripts for each of the books, because I have to, that's just how I think and how I work. Like, I have to do a deep dive. So I was starting with Pet Sematary, and day one I had found these extraordinary notes that he had written to the copy editor back and forth, answering questions the copy editor had about word choice. And I found this just really lovely, incredible comment he made at one point where he was trying to explain. He's never a diva. I mean, that's another thing. He's just so not a diva. And this was 1982. He could have been by this point, but he's writing these notes to the copy editor, just explaining why he wanted to keep a particular word. And at one point he says, "Say it out loud, you'll see." And I thought, that's like this nut, right? This became this motif. And as I talked to him about, for example, in Pet Sematary, the word grit would keep coming up as he's revising, and he'd pull it forward. And in our final conversation about that book, I asked him about that. And he said, I always have to be aware of how words clang on the reader's ear. That's really, in his mind, the most important of the senses. They're all important, but that one is the one he's paying really close attention to, is how things clang on the reader's ear.
Well, and if you read Stephen King, you know he has a very specific tone and a very specific word choice, so that you always know in whose mind you're reading, which became very clear. I've read a number of his books, and that has always struck me, that he has a very distinctive style. You could pick it up without knowing anything about it, know immediately it's Stephen King. Talk about fear. The revelation, I had the opportunity to meet him just quickly in passing once, and it struck me how, I think everybody in their mind now builds up, he must be this terrifying figure, knowing he's taller, knowing he has the dark hair, that he's got to be this monster himself, and he's just so ordinary and kind.
Yes.
And then what comes through in your book are the things that scare him, which I thought was fascinating. That he dreaded writing one particular scene in The Shining.
Yeah, that it was the woman in the tub, which was one of those great moments, he's written about in, On Writing, which is so fabulous, his memoir of the craft. He talks about books being a uniquely portable magic where the imagination of reader and writer come together. But that was a really special moment creepy, because for me, the woman in room 217 is definitely in the top 5 in terms of monsters that live in my head rent free and just terrify me. And I was reading an interview where he was talking about how he dreaded going back to revise that part, because he was like, 5 days to the woman in the tub, 4 days to the woman in the tub. And that came through in all of the drafts. And as I was talking to him, there were definitely each story, I think and the five I picked are obviously so iconic and so well loved and so enduring because they have a way of just reaching into our deep souls and just hanging on and not letting go. So, you know, that was a particular example of the woman in the tub getting at you. But what was really interesting to me, and this is where I was thinking about horror just as a genre and what it can do and how what really endures, it's not about the monsters. It's about how he's so good at identifying fears we have as humans, right? So, you know, with Pet Sematary, as I write about, you know, it was the fear that his son almost got hit by a truck. Like, that's based in a real story. And there's a real reason he put it away in a drawer after he drafted it, because it was too horrible for him to put out into the world. He's like, I can't do this. And yet that's the one that I think people would argue is the scariest of them all. You know, he did eventually publish it to get out of his Doubleday contract, because he's able to hook into a fear that, you know, so many of us have, right? That you're going to lose somebody that you love.
I'm speaking with Caroline Bicks, who's a Shakespeare scholar in the Stephen E. King Chair in Literature at the University of Maine. Her new book is Monsters in the Archives, My Year of Fear with Stephen King. So to go back to what I immediately jumped into, this discovery in the exchange you had with him in your conversations, that there was this deliberate intention, especially with The Shining, to imagine it as a Shakespeare tragedy and lay it out like a play.
That blew my mind. So there's a first draft of The Shining in the archive called The Shine, and it really has not been explored. And you know, Wendy's called Jenny. You know, it's really it has a completely different, horrifying ending where, you know, Jack's not the only Torrance to die. That's all I'll say. And then I discovered he was imagining a Shakespearean tragedy when he wrote that. And it's so clear because in that first draft of The Shine, it's only that draft, he divides it into Roman numeral acts and scenes, like it's a play. And that, of course, set me on a whole other journey with that particular manuscript, because as a Shakespearean, I was like, which one? Which one? I didn't want to ask him because I wanted to have the thrill of the literary discovery, the chase, right? And I did find some buried Macbeth references that didn't make it into the published version. So I thought, oh, it's probably Macbeth because it's the ghosts and the baby bashings and the hallucinations. And then I found an Ophelia reference that also didn't make it into the final draft. And so that actually was one of my favorite conversations with him, was when I finally asked him, okay, which one? And he was like, yeah, it's Hamlet. You know, so then, which just, you know, then that led into a whole discussion about, like, what was he really imagining? You know, what are the connections he was seeing between Hamlet and Jack Torrance, right? And there's so many layers to it. And that's where I appreciated so much more that that's a book about intergenerational trauma. It's not about the woman in room 217, right? It's about, and you don't know this from the Kubrick film. Most people know the Kubrick film, but, you know, Jack Torrance was an abused kid himself. You know, so it's a story about, as is Hamlet, about, do you listen to the ghost of your father telling you to do something you don't think you should do? Or do you pass on that history?
Well, and I'll point out for readers, we keep mentioning the film, but he actually, interestingly, you point out how he bought the rights back so that he could make that television version that became very seminal in, what was it, the 1990s, I think?
Yeah, it was 1997.
With
It was Stephen Weber and Rebecca De Mornay as Wendy. It's filmed in the hotel, the Stanley Hotel, where he had that dream.
I've been by that hotel,
Colorado.
in Colorado.
I was too chicken to stay in it, but I did go for research.
I want to ask you about your conversations with him, because he's in his late 70s now, and he's talking to you with such vivid recollection about what he wrote. And you also understand that here is this man in his very early 20s who has this incredible grasp of Shakespeare, of literature, of word choice and writing, that this was obviously a man born to do this.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and that's the thing, because some people are like, oh, well, his editor must have told him how to. I was like, you know what? He was writing full novels that were brilliant when he was 17. You know, that's Rage and The Long Walk. You know, he's 17, 18, 19 when he's writing those. He already has an uncanny literary style and ability. He wrote poetry in college. He is a poet as well, and you can see that, you can hear that, right? The way you can hear it in Shakespeare's language. So yeah, and the memory, the recall is extraordinary. Sometimes he wouldn't remember things, and then that would lead to its own kind of interesting conversation. Like when I discovered that the first 2 drafts of Carrie were set in Boston.
I was just going to ask you this.
I know. I'm like, what? Why is Filene's basement here? Like, what is happening? Like, what do you mean Ralph White died in Framingham? Like, I used to live in Natick. Like, this is so weird, because to me, that's such an iconic Maine book, right? That's the book, the first one he published, the one that put Maine on the map for people all over the world. I was like, it's not even a Maine book as he imagined it. Like, that was, so I asked him about that, and he actually didn't remember he'd set those first few drafts in Boston, which I thought was fascinating. But that led to a conversation where he was talking about how as he was redrafting her, he really turned her into an all-American girl. That was the phrase he used. And then it really struck me, right, this is why this book endures. Because if he had written it, it could happen anywhere. Right? Anywhere in America, any high school. It's not a Maine story. The way that Salem's Lot is a Maine story, right? That one, the research I did for that was all about his love for Durham, Maine, the town he moved to when he was 11. So Salem's Lot, which is based on Durham, that's a Maine book. Right? And he told me, he said, you come to Maine through rock. I just love that line.
You're doing my whole interview for me because...
I'm sorry, I just got so obsessed with that line. I was like, well, that is so gorgeous.
I thought it was extraordinarily visual, too. What does that mean, you come to Maine through rock?
Well, as I write about in the book, I asked him a little bit, but he doesn't like you to prod, as he says, eviscerating the metaphor. He's not a fan of eviscerating metaphors, but this is what I do. I can't stop. So, I did ask him, well, what does that mean? And he sort of said, it's the landscape, it's the people, it's, he said, but don't eviscerate the metaphor. But of course, for me, it became the whole metaphor of Salem's Lot. But anyway, back to Carrie. But that Boston moment, with the fact that he didn't remember that it had been set in Boston, to me was kind of a data point. Sort of like, right, okay, so in his creative process, it almost didn't matter where it was set.
You also had this major discovery in the midst of this. These pages from, we'll go back to The Shining, that people thought had, I hope I have this right, it's The Shining, right? Where people
they thought they were missing the original.
150 pages.
Okay. Look, I'm not proud of what started happening to me when I was doing my Shining research. I got something about that manuscript, those sets of manuscripts really got into my head in a way unlike the others. And I don't know if it's because it's such a claustrophobic story. Like, it makes sense to me now that he was imagining it as a play with like rotating play sets that just keep coming back, right? You go in the bathroom, you go into the corridor, you go into the bedroom. Like, it's very claustrophobic. And as I was working, and I was told there was only a copy of the first draft of The Shine. And then I found the last 150 original pages just in a folder. Just had been put in a random box. And I got so upset and a little bit like Jack Torrance, when he gets obsessed with the papers in the basement of the Overlook Hotel. I became a little bit Jack Torrance-y. But luckily, Julie, who's the assistant, who's incredible, was so patient with me. I was looking at her. I was like, do you know what this is? She's like, calm down. I'm like, where is this going to go?
But now everything, for people who should understand, it sounds like where you were, it's archival, museum archival conditions. Everything is well preserved, very well protected.
Absolutely. Yeah. When I say that there were 150 pages, it's not like they were just like thrown around, but they had just been filed in a box because they had pretty recently, been collected. So I think they're still, at least then, they were working through some of the sorting process still. So I'm sure they would have found it. I'm not going to claim that I'm like Indiana Jones.
Well, it's still.
But I'm happy to have been the one to hold on to them and have a panic attack in front of Julie. Yes.
Just a moment ago, you mentioned the fondness he had for Durham because of his childhood there.
Yeah.
There's also a very moving exchange you have, and the ties you make us. The ties you make a revelation for his love of his mother, whom he lost when she was young, which made him very young, right before his incredible success. But he worked out his grief through his stories too.
Yeah. Oh, that was probably. That was coming through in the Durham research when he told me how he fell in love with Durham. But he hated it at first because his mother hated it because, his father left the family when he was 2. They'd been moving all around the country, actually, for 9 years. And they moved back to Durham because that's where his mom's family was. And she basically to get free housing, agreed to take care of her aging parents. But she was very unhappy to give up that independence that they had had. So to have a love and a hatred for something at the same time, it made so much sense for Salem's Lot because it's about love and hate of a town, right? But when I went back to do the night shift research, which was really poignant for me because I had forgotten that, and the boogeyman, that's sort of the story that scared me when I was 12, was the boogeyman out of Night Shift. That's what launched me on this project. I forgot that the last story in that collection of 20 stories is The Woman in the Room, which is about, it's not supernatural, it doesn't have a monster, it's about a man, 25-year-old man, sitting on his mother's, as she's dying, in the hospital. And it's a lightly, not even lightly, it's pretty autobiographical story about his own mother's death. And he's written really beautifully about how writing that story was for him therapy, and how he reads it regularly because it helps him. And, he says, I can't think of, he says, a better reason to read or write a story than that. It's very beautiful.
Well,
I tear up when I think about it because it's again, this is why his stories just hit, because he taps into deep experiences of grief and fear of loss of the people that you love the most.
And as you say, always putting things at the center of the secret doors to the room you believe no one but you knew of. I love how you captured that. Well, we barely scratched the surface. There is so much more. Quick last question. As I mentioned, you covered 5 of the books. Do you have plans to continue?
I never say never. But what made this book very special for me was that it was very connected to personal memories that I had as a teenager. So if I do this again, I would want to make sure I had a personal story I wanted to tell, because I think, this book has touched people because it's relatable, and accessible. And I've had so many people come up to me and say, oh my God, I was scared of that one too. Or, so if I do another project like this, it will need to have a personal story behind it.
Well, we look forward to that. I'm willing it into action also for the way you just masterfully drew him out. It was incredible. Congratulations on the book.
Thank you so much.
Caroline Bicks is a Shakespeare scholar in the Stephen E. King Chair in Literature at the University of Maine. Her new book is Monsters in the Archives, My Year of Fear with Stephen King. Again, thank you. Coming up, musician Rhett Price has built a reputation as an innovative hip-hop violinist. Now, after years of posting viral videos of his cover songs and collaborating with major musicians, he's released his debut album titled Renaissance Man. That conversation is next on The Culture Show. Stay with us.
The caste system began many centuries ago and was tied to religion. Since then, it's evolved.
Today, it continues, but in a very secular, globalized capitalist context.
We explore how caste plays out in the Indian diaspora and learn about its connection to Black liberation in the United States. That's next time on The World.
This afternoon at 3, here on GBH News 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Morningside Music Bridge, returning to Boston. The summer program shines a spotlight on young classical musicians from around the world, with concerts now through August 7th at New England Conservatory. mmb.international.
Support for GBH comes from you and Lyric Stage Boston.
It makes me feel proud that Lyric Stage Boston has been a sponsor of GBH for so many years.
Heather Darrow, Director of Marketing.
Things are ever changing in the landscape of digital media, radio, and sponsorship. And I've continued to become a supporter of GBH because of the consistency of their programming, their commitment to the city and the arts.
To learn more, visit gbh.org/sponsorship.
The news and reporting you hear on GBH is made possible by the listeners who trust the GBH newsroom to deliver fact-based news and information every day. Support the journalism you trust. Pitch in online at gbhnews.org.
I'm Jared Bowen on 89.7 and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. You're listening to The Culture Show, and we're listening to Rhett Price. That's the title track from his debut album, Renaissance Man, which dropped last Friday. Rhett Price is a Boston-based violinist, songwriter, and producer whose career began underground, literally, busking in subway stations. His violin covers of Taylor Swift's I Knew You Were Trouble and Michael Jackson's Beat It traveled far beyond the T, drawing millions of views and eventually leading to work with artists including Ye and Ty Dolla $ign. Now with Renaissance Man, Price is stepping out from behind other people's songs and is putting his own music at the center. Rhett Price, welcome to The Culture Show.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Well, this must have been a great moment for you to have the conviction to do this and step out and spend the time you needed to learn all you needed to bring this album forth.
Yeah. It was really after I had that record. I had a recording session with Ye and Ty Dolla $ign, and Leon Thomas was there as well in Florence, Italy, a few years back, about 3 years ago. And after that, just being in that room and working with them and seeing that level of creative genius, I was like, man, I can't just like find songs I like on the radio and just go play them and put them on YouTube anymore. You know, like I don't know, I feel like I have more to give.
Well, what did you see being with them and seeing how they worked that you wanted to chase that yourself?
Their ingenuity, their creative, it was just incredible. I think for one thing, they weren't afraid to try anything out. There are ideas that I'm like, I'll throw this at the wall. Maybe this is an awful idea, and guys like this will immediately shut it down. And there was not a single no to anything. We try everything out. But then there was also, they were attuned to something that every single time, like I would see like on Ty's face, you know, I would see him go from just being like, okay, just listening to what I'm coming up with to, oh, hold on a second, hold on, there's something there, you know, and then we would go in that direction. I don't know, I want to feel that. And when you're doing that with covers, you don't feel that because you're not creating it. It's already pre-written for you.
So as now we turn to Renaissance Man, again, your new album, how would you characterize taking that philosophy that you learned, that approach, and what people will hear in this album?
Well, for one thing, like the title track, you hear that it almost sounds like the violin's a whisper. That was my goal with that. I wanted it to be like, oh, it's like just a little whisper, and then it comes in. There are things like that are, I've personally, and I've listened to a lot of violinists, I've never heard anyone do that before, you know, so I'm trying to do something new, and be extremely, you know, creative and not just do what other people that have tried to do hip hop or pop music on violin have done. And just try to do something completely unheard of up until now.
How long did it take you to create this album and to write this music?
It was a process. I had never produced any beats or like done any production before. It was all strictly recording violin. That's like all I knew how to do. And I've played violin since I was 4 years old, so I was pretty good at that. But beyond that, I was a complete, you know, idiot. I didn't know anything about anything. So there was like, I spent about a year and a half working on music production and just figuring that out, getting it to a point where I was okay with it. And I'm like, I want to show it to other people. And once I wanted to show my friends the beats I had done, I'm like, it's probably good enough to show the world, you know?
And at least starting here on the Culture Show. So you're about to play for us. We have the track, and then you have your violin right here in front of you that you'll play in the studio. You're going to play Leave the Bottle. Before we hear you perform, tell me a little bit about this piece.
Yeah, so the first painting, because I did paintings, oil paintings to accompany each song. And the first one I did was Leave the Bottle. And it was sort of the same thing as the music production. I had never drawn, never painted, anything like that. Big art fan, but had never done it myself. And after I did the first painting, I like stood back and was like, this could be a thing. Like, I don't know. I was really proud of myself. And so it was inspired by Michelangelo's The Creation of Adam. You see the Adam's hand and God's hand. And then I put a empty glass of wine in Adam's hand. And I called it Leave the Bottle. And I don't know, it's really good. I like it a lot. It's one of my favorite ones. So I released that as the first single from the album.
Well, as I mentioned, Rhett Price is here with his violin, and he's going to perform from his new album, Renaissance Man. That was Rhett Price here in the studio with me performing Leave the Bottle off his new Renaissance Man album, which dropped last Friday. This was, as you say, self-taught, finding the beats and then incorporating the oil painting as part of this. What did you find crack open in you when you were pushing yourself in these new creative directions and making this happen for yourself?
You know what? I kept hearing Rick Rubin in my head over and over and over. And his whole thing is, forget the audience. This is create the art that you want to create. And that trip, when that session happened, I had seen Paganini's violin that morning, and I had climbed the tower, the Leaning Tower of Pisa, and meditated a little bit at the top, and had just had these experiences, and then spent 12 hours in Florence recording with those guys. And I don't know, when I got home, I was just my view on everything. As far as being an artist and calling myself an artist, I always called myself an artist, but then I'm just playing other people's songs. And it's okay, you're doing it well, I guess, but what are you really giving, you know? And after seeing what these guys are giving, and then seeing all the Caravaggios in Italy and all the art that I saw and everything, and knowing what Paganini gave, and just everything I saw in Italy, I was like, when I'm dead, are they going to say, oh, there was this guy that played other people's songs really great? No one's going to remember that guy. And I'm like, I feel like I have more to offer than that. And I really like the album, so I feel like I do.
Why do you think it in your, as you consider your story, it had to start out for you this way, that you got this traction busking that gave you this lift, that gave you the money in order to keep going, but that it started out that way instead of the inverse?
I mean, I was homeless for a while, so I didn't have any other choice. I had no platform. YouTube was the only place you could, put a video up and hope some random stranger might see it. So I was doing that, but then just to survive, we had to busk. And so that was the only thing that made sense. Me and my friend were busking, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to put the little bit of money that I had, which is a few $100, into a video, have a film student come film us. And that was the first thing that really took off,
It's all organic.
Yeah. And then, I mean, even when I started putting out hip-hop music, I was in the middle of a college tour doing acoustic shows, and my agent came backstage, and he's like, before you're doing these acoustic sets playing pop songs, playing a Taylor Swift song, you're listening to Ty Dolla $ign or Post Malone or whatever. I'm listening to hip hop, and he's like, why don't you perform that kind of music? That's what you're into. And I was like, no one wants to hear that on violin, And then I did a cover, and it got 14 million views, and things went crazy.
Well, congratulations on all your success. Congratulations on the new album, and thank you for the performance today.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Rhett Price is a Boston-based violinist, songwriter, and producer. His debut album, Renaissance Man, dropped last Friday. You can find it wherever you stream music. Thank you for listening to another edition of The Culture Show. Tune in tomorrow for Mahesh Das, president of Boston Architectural College, on his recent trip to visit and explore the Barack Obama Presidential Center. We'll get his take on how it functions as both a civic space and as part of Chicago's storied architectural landscape. I'm Jared Bowen. Have a great day.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.